Alright, whatever. Alright, so hopefully some of you have actually already downloaded the game. And whoops, shouldn't have done that. Downloaded the game. And the Lazy Noob Pack and unzipped it. You might be unfamiliar with what the difference is between the Lazy Noob Pack and the regular game. Lazy Noob Pack is a hell of a lot easier to use and has graphics, unlike ASCII, which, while classy, and some purists cough, Jason, enjoy it, some of us find it easier to learn without it. So, can you actually see this, or is it super tiny? I have none of the things. Okay. You can always download it. There are links at the bottom. There are tool school... Blah. I can talk.
Wait, you can't.
No, I really can't. 2 schools of thought. There we go. On playing this game. One of them is try not to die the way the game's set up. The other is set up the game so it won't kill you as much. I think we're going to go with the latter to start out because aquifers will kill you. So there are a couple of things you want to take a look at in the startup GUI. I wish I could magnify this. Come on. Oh, God. There we go.
You trying to?
Magnify this. That's better. Now people can see it. As soon as my video catches up to me. Looks like it's taking a while. So, anywho, oh, does it not stream that? It doesn't want to show you that anyway. All right, well, that's no fun. Fine. So, too bad. Sorry. Can't zoom. But anyway, the Lazy Noob Pack GUI is pretty straightforward. It's got a bunch of buttons that tell you whether you can turn on and off stuff. The thing I suggest is on the first tab, the Options tab, just turn off aquifers, because aquifers are a good way to get yourself stuck in about 4 inches of sand and never be able to dig deeper. Or if you're very unlucky, flood your entire fortress really, really easily. So just turn that off. If you want to really play easy, turn off invaders too, but what fun is that? I mean, really.
Losers.
And losing is fun. The tiny dialog box is the Lazy Noob interface, which itself is a launcher for Dwarf Fortress and edits the way it starts. The second tab, graphics, it should be set by default to the Phobius graphics pack, which personally is my favorite. The ASCII default graphics are the graphics that come with the game, and Iron Hand's a different graphics set. I'm not a fan. It's a little bit darker. Down below, there's a button for true type fonts. Yes, no. It's not as bad as it used to be. And I'm going to leave it on for this because it zooms better, but usually I use it off because it causes lists to display funny sometimes. It's a matter of personal choice, though. The difference is that in true type fonts, it uses an actual font set like Times New Roman in order to display text, whereas when it's off, it uses the tile set the game uses to draw things as font, which is the way the game normally functions because there isn't a font in it as such, because of the way ASCII works. So it's weird. It's a matter of personal preference, though. The next tab is Utilities. I don't use most of these, with the exception of Dwarf Therapist, which I find I need in order to play the game. Jason thinks I'm weak for this.
I'm not super efficient. That's okay.
Yeah, well, I don't try to be super efficient. I just try and make sure somebody can cook wood. Like, It's kind of a pain sometimes. There's some other tools in here, but they're not for today. The last tab on advanced. On the left top side, there's sound, yes, no, 255 of 255. By default, it's set off. I enjoy the sound, though. It's quite nice. It's classy. Um, on the right side, there's an FPS setting. There's a difference between calculation FPS and graphical FPS. Your calculation FPS is the number of um, actions dwarves take per second, kind of.
It's how fast the game runs.
It's exactly how fast the game runs. It is often ludicrously crippled by doing anything in the game, and and if you have a powerful machine, you might find that if you leave it too high, you won't be able to pause the game before a season passes. So I'm going to leave mine set to 100. I think it defaults to 200. I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it defaults to 100.
Yeah,
So,
I think I set mine to 200 and I just pause a lot. Fortunately, this game lets you pause constantly. No, it is 100? Okay. And I like leaving the counter on because when the game starts lagging and you're not sure if it's you doing too much or if it's the game actually lagging behind, it's nice to see. I enjoy the intro movie too, so let's leave that on. This is just yearly autosaves and turning on pause on save, initial load, pause on load, and compress saves. And turning the processor priority up to high because Dwarf Fortress can't multi-thread. So if you've got a quad core or something, it's only going to use one of those cores to do anything. So setting it higher is going to really get you a lot more performance out of it. And actually having an older single-core computer is going to run it better than a newer multi-core. I'm a fan of yearly autosaves as opposed to seasonal autosaves because sometimes it's just too much.
saving takes a while.
Yeah, and it takes a while to save. No, please ask to define terms. It makes it much easier to explain things. Because I know stuff, and I'm going to forget to explain things. So, you know. Blah, blah. There's an option for backing up saves, which will make a copy of your save and archive it. Normally the game works where every time you save, it saves over the previous save. If you do backup saves, it makes a separate copy instead of overwriting it.
Which is useful in case there's a transcription error when it saves.
Yeah,
It's
sometimes.
not common at all, but it happens.
Yeah, once in a while the game crashes a little, especially with a new build. A new release is usually a little unstable. And there are other reasons you might want to do that if you're a cheating bastard, or
Yeah.
or you just went, oh god, I did something very, very stupid. Let me back up a couple of months. So let's see. We can leave all these here. I'm not going to bother explaining the rest of this stuff in here. It's not that important. If we start doing advanced stuff later, I might go over it. So I've got on most of the default stuff, so I'm just going to hit play Dwarf Fortress. And that'll launch our game. And we can watch the classy intro. Right? It's great. Yes, I will explain how the game actually works. um, essentially, Dwarf Fortress is a game where you're managing a dwarven settlement. You get a bunch of dwarves, you go somewhere in the world and try to keep them from dying. Ostensibly, the goal is to make the place so classy the king moves in, which I believe is functional in the game at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I know a previous release made it impossible for the king to show up or something. Something about barons. I don't know. So no
And
one
you
can
so
see.
that if your baron died, that you couldn't replace him.
That's right. All right. So this is as zoomed in as I can get. I don't know if you can read this text. You might be able to. You might do better if you blow out the window from that or full screen the video. It might be a little bit better. I'll explain what I'm doing. There's a couple of options when you first have a new game. You have the option to create a new world, design a world with advanced parameters. Um, you have the option to test things in the arena, which is hilarious, but not terribly useful. There's an about section and quit, which just drops the game. Anytime in the game, at any point, you can press question mark, shift slash, and it'll give you the help menu. And the help menu is everywhere. It's very helpful.
Oh, my.
What?
Very helpful.
Yes, well, it is
Help
helpful. It's not as helpful as you might think. Frankly, the Wikipedia page for the Dwarf Fortress wiki is really, really helpful and explains things much better than this does. Oops, sorry. I have another person trying to figure out how to get here. Okay. All right. So we're just going to do create new world rather than try and do advanced. There's some interesting things you can do with that, but for simplicity's sake, just do create new world. And hit enter. It'll take a while. The game freezes a couple of seconds when it tries to do things. Gives you a little blurb, and then gives you a couple of options. World size, between pocket and large. If you look down at the bottom, there's a little explanation of what everything does. This controls the size of the world map, current 17 by 17. Those numbers are those in bark squares, or are those...
Those are in bark squares.
Those are in bark squares?
Yeah.
Are they... No, those are...
well, they're region tiles.
Those are regions, yes. Not to be confused in bark spaces. We'll explain that, and you'll see it in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and leave it small, because it'll take less time. The length of time the world lasts before the end of the generation. M-bark, not bark. And history ranges from 5 years after the universe is generated all the way up to 1050. And you can stop it at any time, but I'm going to leave it on very short because there's no real reason for us to keep going. Not today, anyway. The longer you let it last, the more interaction civilizations have. Excuse me, the more
history happens.
Yeah, the more history happens.
Grow, dragons, sect, places. It makes for a more interesting world, but it takes longer to generate.
Well, more interesting as a variable statement, because there are there are horrible giant monsters which don't breed, and they start at X number at the beginning of the universe. So the longer you wait, the fewer of them exist. So sometimes...
This is the classic mega beast. Some of them do breed, and there's also gods will just randomly curse people and make them horrible beings.
That's right. I forgot about that. That was the last update.
Yep. So they show up during play. So if you start with a shorter history, you don't see very many of those.
Right, yeah.
Whoever managed to anger a god inside 5 years.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to piss off the gods. Not in Fortress mode. We'll explain that too. There's another option for number of civilizations. Pretty self-explanatory. What are there? 4 races? Humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins. Yes, and kobolds, but they don't have a civ. They just exist.
Yeah. Well, and that's the basic number of different types. The number of civilizations also controls how many instances of each type. So if you have very high number of civilizations, you might have 30 civilizations of each type trying to fight each other off. Which is always fun.
Okay. Time does not work in a similar manner to Crusader Kings 2. They're very, very different kinds of games. You'll see while the world is generating how time passes. Actually, I'm going to set it to short because my computer's pretty fast. And if I set it to 5, it'll be instantaneous and you won't be able to see what's going on.
Very short is very, very short.
Yeah, very short is extremely short. It's like generate the world and you're done. Number of sites. A site is a city or a settlement or a horrible doom altar where goblins are just murdering people left and right. That kind of thing.
Pretty much any place that's interesting.
Yeah, any place that isn't wilderness, basically. Number of beasts. Beasts are, in this case, those are specifically horrible giant monsters, right? Or are they... Those are like named creatures, correct? I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's the beasts, mega beasts, and all that other stuff.
Yeah, mega beasts. Okay, fine. Like dragons and bronze colossi. Natural savagery. This is a fun setting. I would not leave it on anything higher than medium unless you plan to make your life hell. Um, Savagery makes the entire world more likely to kill you because instead of getting things like foxes and like turkeys wandering the wilderness, you get things like unicorns or zombie horses or
Giant eagles.
Giant eagles are awful. They're like the worst creature. Next to zombie giant eagles, which are just the worst thing ever. And the last one is mineral occurrence, which is pretty self-explanatory also. For a tutorial for the first time you're playing through, I would turn it up to frequent. I wouldn't turn it up to everywhere or you're going to have a flood of metal and not enough rocks. Like, it's actually kind of funny. But I'd turn it up to frequent for this, just the first time through so you don't have to worry about shortages or digging too deep to get stuff. And then you can just hit the letter Y to continue to the map generation. Now, in the map generation, what you're seeing on the left side is a description of what it's doing, and on the right side are various pieces of the world map while history is progressing. You can see little blinking colors happening over there. Those are various civs taking each other over, I think.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you can see how the tile set now actually looks like things. It's nice, right? All right, so now you see the time has ended. The 125 years went pretty fast. And it named the universe as Lusum... I'm not going to even try that. Lusmzauzuraz? Yeah, there's a lot of Z's there. The destined domain. The random language generator is kind of fantastic. So then you have the option to accept the map as it is, hit the letter A to abort and restart, making a new map if for some reason you don't like this. Or you can press the letter P to export the entire world as a JPEG image. I think it's JPEG. It might be PNG.
Yeah, I believe it also exports all the historical figure information as well.
Yes, it exports all of the world information as a text file, which is almost impossible to parse without an external program.
It's three text files actually, but whatever.
I'm sorry?
I think it's 3 text files actually.
Yes, you're right. Why would you export it as an image? Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and export it as an image for fun, and I'll show you what it looks like, because it's cool, frankly. Here we go. This is what the world map has exported. Now, this is a picture of the entire world in that. It's nice to be able to see it without it being squeezed or stretched, which it gets when you go to embark on a certain space. There's no real reason to do it, but sometimes it's fun when you generate a huge world just to look at it. And sometimes it's just cool to be like, oh, there's something over here, and there's something over there, and there's something over here, you know. Yeah, exactly, for being able to see things better. So we're going to accept the map, and it'll take a minute while it saves everything and dumps the information to file. Look, I made a thing. Yeah, it's kind of look, I made a thing. There's a lot of units there. Jeez.
Yep, looks like a pretty good tutorial, right? Good job, humanity.
What?
Probably no.
Oh. All right. Let's see. So now you'll have a new option that says Start Playing. So let's do that. Whoops. I have two. It'll give you a choice between what regions there are. Each region is a separate world gen. I have an existing one, which I don't remember why I have that. I guess I just didn't delete it before. Oh well. So we'll do the new one we did. And now you have three options. Dwarf Fortress, or Fortress Mode. Adventurer Mode, where you take up the banner of a single individual human, dwarf, or elf. Or if you're playing a modded version of the game, Kobold, which is hilarious. Always ends terribly. And you give yourself a set of skills like any regular role-playing game and run out and murder things and
then you die.
And then you die horribly because there's no real way to heal. So even if you survive your first couple of fights, you'll end up with like a toe missing and then you just have to retire because it'll kill you eventually.
Yeah, the game doesn't have a hit point system. It actually physically models,
Wounds.
your body's made out of layers of skin and muscle and bone.
And
So if
fat.
somebody,
Don't forget the fat.
oh, the fat.
Oh,
If
yeah.
somebody destroys your sensory nerves, then
Yeah,
you're in trouble.
it's fun. It's not fun at all.
Mhm.
Or there's just spleen. I know I've done that one before. I've had no spleen before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
it
had my guts
didn't
pop
end well.
out. It was,
Yeah. And then you have Legends mode. And in Legends mode, it shows you... Oh, God, I accidentally clicked it. It loads everything that has ever happened, the history of that world. It lets you look at historical figures, that is, anyone who's done anything of note in the world, sites, regions, being any particularly named area of the map is a region. Underground regions, there are some of them. I think the dwarves have some. I know goblins have some. Most caverns are underground regions.
mhm.
Ah, I see, John, you exist. Congratulations. Number of civs and other entities. What does that mean? Is that...
Civilizations is obvious. I believe entities also refers to, what is it? I don't remember. Click on it. Do it there.
Let's
It
see.
might be
These are
end
all...
people.
It must
Maybe.
just be cities and stuff. Oh, you know what it is? It's civs and groups in the civs. Because some
Uh,
civs belong... Because some towns are an entity. Like they have a culture which belongs to a civ, which is also a culture. It's weird. They're nested.
the game makes a distinction between what culture you come from and what your current government is. So
Mm-hmm.
each individual town has the civilization they're part of and also their individual town government.
Right. Which is why in certain situations, like some dwarf cities will have togas and others will not. Actually, I don't think togas are ever dwarven, but you get the idea.
They have
Some people have
civilization
access
plans.
to certain things that others don't. And then there are a bunch of ages in the world, and if you're really lucky, it'll generate more than one age of myth, which is always hilarious. Oh, we're in a golden age. That sounds exciting. I don't know what that means, but it sounds exciting.
It means there's very little people dying right now, and there's lots of civilizations expanding.
Cool. That's fun. I haven't been through Legends mode in a long time, so... All right, so we'll start playing Fortress mode now. So go ahead and go back and go to your Fortress. Now, all right, so now you have this screen with three maps. Hello? Oh, hold on a minute. Monk, would you explain things to people? I have to take a phone call.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, you have the three panels there. The image on the right is the world map, which is, as Matt mentioned, a really squashed version of the world map we looked at in the other PNG. In the middle is a region map, which is zoomed in on an area of the world map. You can actually see the blinking yellow X is the cursor where the cursor is in the region. So the region is currently zoomed in on one tile in the bottom left corner of the world, and the region map has obviously more detail. All the brown, sorry, gray stuff's all the mountains and such. Um, there's forests, there's plains, straight gray lines of the road. Uh, Whatever that symbol is, two tiles north of the blinking X is a mountain home, which is another dwarf settlement. They're living there. That's great fun. And off to the left there is the local map, which is as zoomed in as it gets. The highlighted squares are currently, when you start the game, that's what you will be embarking on, and it will include those squares. So you can move you can resize the area you take up there. I believe 3x3, no, 4x4 is standard. 3x3 is a little more. I don't remember. I would probably stick with standard just because the larger the embark site you take up, the more information is loaded for your site. And if it's a very large site, it will have to track a lot more information in terms of what's in each tile, where all the creatures can go, what all the fluid calculations are doing, so on and so forth. So larger maps that you embark on take they do bad things to your FPS. So the better your computer is, the easier you can handle that. But even the computer in the world is going to slow down when you're playing extremely large maps with lots of creatures running around and doing interesting things.
Okay, what did I miss?
I just got through explaining the 3 tiles there.
Okay, good. When do we start the dog economy lessons? Yeah, those are always fun. Yeah, the game creates the basics of the world. It creates the map. It creates everything in it. Garble Cave voiceover vision. Is that me or John or Monk we're talking about? All right, so let's see if we can find a good place to build a fort. All right, what we want to find is someplace that has metal. Would be nice, but we're gonna have metal everywhere pretty much once we set the frequency up to frequent instead of normal. That you're kind of guaranteed to bump into metal. We want some place that doesn't have an aquifer, and fortunately we turned that off in the world gen option, so the world will not have aquifers anywhere. We want some place without salt water, because trust me, we don't want salt water. I have made that mistake. It is not fun. Yeah, because for some reason, if there's salt water anywhere on the map, all of the naturally occurring water on the map is salt water, even if there's a river. Which is a serious problem, but apparently some kind of programming logistics nightmare, so it hasn't been addressed. So don't embark on the ocean unless you plan on, doing some really intense work. And it would be nice. Yeah, and it would be nice if we could embark someplace with flux stone, e.g. marble, limestone. What else is flux? Bauxite, I think. Not bauxite. I don't know, but marble or limestone. Fluxstone has 2 very important uses. First off, it's 3 times as valuable as regular stone, which is nice. And second, and more importantly, it is required to make steel. Because in order to make steel, you need iron, and you need fluxstone, and you need charcoal, or coke, or something like that. There's a lot of stuff here in this map, and it would be a pain to search tile by tile for things. Fortunately, there's a built-in tool to help you find things. If you press the letter F, it brings up a search thing, and you can choose using the up and down arrows, from the right side list of various things you want. In our case, we want fluxstone, yes. We don't have to worry about aquifers. I think we should embark on someplace with a river, just in case we die horribly and run out of water. Plus, rivers are particularly useful for mechanics later on in the game, and we're kind of guaranteed to find metal, so let's just find someplace with fluxstone and a river. And you can hit enter, and it'll take a while, and it's going to search the entire world for spaces that match those criteria. And you can see it does it like 2 rows at a time kind of thing. The spaces that are red don't match those criteria, and the spaces that are green do. I don't think scurvy is the problem. I don't think anyone has nutritional problems. Although Jason did tell me earlier that dwarves get fat from eating too much.
They do get very fat.
Yeah, which is fun. So now, what you're going to have when it's done is these blinking X's everywhere. If you hit enter, it'll just search again. Don't make that mistake. Hit escape, and then you can browse through those results. It'll keep them highlighted while you move the mouse. So let's see. What are we looking at right here? Oh boy. We have a tropical freshwater march, which is scorching. All right. Scorching is never a good thing.
That's not bad.
Well, it's not. It's hotter than hot. It's literally all surface water evaporates except for rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. And dwarves can die of exposure, as it turns out.
Yeah. And also there was a bug a while back where the temperature could get hot enough to just melt people where they were standing. That's fun. Force the booze in the barrels to all explode.
Yeah, that's
fun. It's been cleared up, though. It
still exists if you have way too much lava.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you have to try. It used to be that it was just,
yeah.
hot.
Yeah. You used to be able to do it in adventure mode, too. You could light a fire and stand next to it and melt all of the fat out of your body. And when you have no fat in your body, you basically become invincible for some reason. And it made for some very interesting games. Oh, here we go. That's a nice spot. A temperate conifer forest. How do we make it not look like terrible eye cancer? Are you playing the default version? Or are you using the lazy noob pack. Because what I have right here is the lazy noob pack with the Phobias tile set. If you're using the default one, then it looks like it's just all ASCII graphics, and it hurts.
Hey, I love it, but you know.
Yeah, well, no, it's fine, but it's not fun to learn. It's also, you have to be careful and change it so that it's squares. All right, Stone Sense is okay, but you can't play the game through it. And frankly, it's really, I don't want to say buggy because it does what it's trying to do, but the interface between Stone Sense and the base game isn't real easy. It kind of doesn't look real good all the time. It works, but I'm not a huge fan. It's nice when you
Really
build.
customized for snapshots of your fortress.
Yeah, it's fun for giant snapshots because it's an isometric renderer. So it's useful for making things like, oh man, I built a giant tower. I want to see what it actually looks like instead of being in 2D slices. So anyway, what have we found? I found a temperate conifer forest, which is always fun. Forests are nice because wood is super useful, especially if you plan on starting an steel industry because you need charcoal. We're good because we have thick vegetation, heavy trees, wilderness around us, so that's not bad. Um, and blah, 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 blah. Wilderness is the default nature, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And we have a stream. Okay. There are 3 different kinds of waterways that you might find.
Well, there's more than 3, but you don't often see the bigger rivers.
Yeah, there are bigger things than rivers, technically.
Yeah, they're basically like big rivers. I don't
No.
remember exactly what they're
All right.
called, but
So I've only
major
seen
rivers
rivers
actually
ever.
is what's qualified as.
Yeah. But there are streams, rivers, and brooks. A stream is usually 1, maybe 3 tiles wide, and it's just a little bit of water. It's flowing. It's nice. A river's bigger. Sometimes they're really huge, like Mississippi size, and they take up half your map, which
Yeah,
is
those are classified as major rivers.
major rivers. Yeah, those are fun. I enjoy those. I've only embarked on one once. It's great. And then there are brooks, which are so shallow you can walk through them, which is like, it's cool. It's nice to have water, but the kinds of things you associate with rivers, like for instance being a barrier to goblins trying to eat you, brooks are not those things. Other things to avoid. Extreme cliffs or extreme flatness to the terrain are sometimes not fun. Saltwater, we said. We said saltwater. We said embarking right next to a goblin city is never a good idea, unless you're doing that on purpose. Let's see. If you hit tab, you can cycle through different menus and display options. The first time it gives you your neighbors, dwarves, goblins, elves, and humans. You're pretty much always going to have all of those. I'm not sure what that dotted red line means. I think that means the goblins are at war.
It means they're raiding you. It's
Raiding.
hostility. War would be an actual organized. You would get goblin attacks right away.
Oh,
This is
fun.
just the usual goblins don't play nice with the other races, so they're
Okay.
going to show up and raid you at intermittent.
Ah.
And if your fortress is actually useful, they'll show up and siege you. But
Right, yeah. All right, so if you hit it again, it gives you options between 1 or more civs that exist in the world. I don't think it tells you anything about them except where they are. Like you can see
that's all it's okay.
as I tab between them, you can see the brushed silver here is this northern mountain half, and the late lash is the southern half of those mountains. Dwarves always spawn in mountains. It just kind of makes sense. If you tab again, it gives you relative elevation on your local map, with white colors being very high and blue colors being very low. We look like we're pretty flat here. You're going to be pretty flat next to a river, as a rule, but you might have some extreme cliffs if you're, unlucky.
In a mountain.
Yeah, or a mountain. Yeah. And if you tab again, you can see how steep the cliffs are in the area. And we've got some 3s in here, so it looks like we're going to have some rolling hills. Excuse me. Yeah. So, I think we should embark here. Is there anything else we should avoid when selecting a site? I can't think of anything in particular.
You probably don't want to embark anywhere that's evil.
Yes, sinister or serene for that matter. because you would think that someplace called the Serene Wilderness would be nice and happy and good, and it is until you piss off a unicorn and it just gores your entire party in like 5 minutes.
Actually, unicorns only show up on Joyous Wilds. So.
I'm sorry, Joyous Wilds, but you know
For
either
each
of the
region, the game
extremes
has
aren't good.
3 categories for how savage it is. So you have very low savagery, very high savagery, whatever. And it also has a metric for how evil or good it is. So it'll be neutral, which is what we have where we are right now. You can also be extremely evil, where it'll rain blood and people will explode into gore. Or
Oh, that's
very
fun.
good.
I love
little
those.
forms of pixies flying around, and unicorns and stuff.
However, those swarms of pixies and unicorns are just as violent as the badgers are in Savage Worlds, and they're just as violent as the zombie whales are in the haunted ocean regions.
Yes, it's much easier to just deal with regular animals. Like
Yeah,
that.
especially until you're ready to actually advance and try some things to hurt yourself on purpose. um, Sometimes it's a pain to embark someplace with very deep soil. Like this is very deep soil, but it probably means there's 2 or 3 layers of soil, and then we get to stone. Sometimes you'll get places that have like 10 or 20 floors of just dirt, and it's awful. And I'm so sorry if that happens to you, but it happens and it's terrible.
Not that terrible. You just dig further.
Yeah, you just dig further, but it's a pain, that's all. Especially if there's an aquifer, because aquifers tend to happen between stone and dirt. Not always, but they tend to. And it's just like, well, now you're stuck in dirt.
Aquifers.
Yeah, it's not fun. All right, so let's embark here. Get the letter E to embark. That gives you a warning. Are you sure you want to embark here? This is your only warning. You need to enter to embark. Now, there are a handful of ways to set up yourself for going. If you click play now, you will be assigned your dwarves will be assigned random abilities and random equipment, and I've never survived.
Well, you can survive. It's just you're much less optimized.
Yeah, you're much less optimized, and it's hard to do
It
well.
always gives you a minor and a pick.
I think it's guaranteed to give you a miner and guaranteed to give you some kind of farmer and some kind of woodworker.
The point is that Dwarf Fortress is fun because of all the little details you can get into. So
yeah, so
you may as well do that from the start.
The Lazy Noob Pack has 4 default embark profiles. They're called. Where there's a Mayday pack, which is Mayday is a particular pack. I think he was one guy on the forum. There's a mod by that name that's rather intense. The Lazy Noob Pack default, and there's a pair of other options in here. Usually, I'm not a huge fan of any of those options, and I know for one, Monk here generally goes through all of the dwarves' personality one at a time and picks abilities that fit them.
Because I'm a generous and benevolent communist leader.
He's also crazy detail-oriented. So I'm going to prepare for the journey carefully and explain to you some of these abilities while we go down the list. So you have 7 dwarves, and each of them starts out as a peasant with no abilities whatsoever. And on the left side here, you see there's the name of the guy, comma, peasant, his profession, and then there's a 10 there. And those are number of points they have to dump into skills. And on the right side is the master list of every skill in the game. There's 3 pages of them if you maximize the page. And you can scroll down that, but if you hit left and right in the arrow keys, they'll swap you between the dwarves on the left and on the right side your skills. And up and down, go through the skills. And if you hit plus and minus on your numpad, which if you're using a laptop without a numpad, I'm sorry, it's a pain. I think there's an alternate button.
You can reset things through the key bindings.
Yeah, there's alternate key bindings.
I always do that first thing when I start the game.
Yeah. The Lazy Noob Pack actually has a key binding piece software thing in it. I'm not really sure how it works, but anywho. So if we look at one of the dwarves by hitting the letter V while we're highlighting him, we have music now. Is that you, Monk?
No, that's you. You get music when you're looking at their profile. You don't get it anywhere else.
Oh, that's weird. All right.
Yeah, it's kind of odd.
So it gives you the description of the dwarves, and you can see in this list just how detailed the game is. The first line just tells you how they're feeling. In this case, she's quite content. The second line there is how old they are and their birthday. This dwarf is 88 and was born on the 16th of Moonstone in the year 38. And then the next one gives you a list of physical characteristics that don't have any real bearing on game mechanics, but they're just interesting.
They help you imagine what the dwarf looks like.
Yeah. This dwarf is very fat, and she has raw umber eyes with large irises, and long hair with 2 braids, and slightly upturned nose, which is quite long. There's a lot of very specific details about stuff. Dwarves all have these details. I think elves and humans all have these details too, and I think all the other races have much less detailed details.
Yeah.
Although
technically all the creatures have, they have the same line here. Most of them aren't more detailed than, this is a dog, it has black fur. You can figure out what the dog looks like.
I think it gives you the option of, I think for dogs it tells you black fur and exactly how long or short their fur is, and the color of their eyes. And if I remember correctly, there's a certain amount of genetic heredity in the game.
There is.
And
terribly pronounced at this point. Just because
it's not terribly pronounced, but
such small time frames.
Yeah, and you can't selectively breed things because of the way things breed in this game. I'll get into that later when we have the first baby pop out of somebody. But it's odd. So in the next set, in those red and green lines, the red line there's I'm sorry, there's actually 3 lines under this. That red line is the list of physical attributes they have that affect the game mechanics. In this case, she's clumsy and very slow to heal. If she had other beneficial physical abilities, like for instance, she was very strong or very fast, that would be listed there. Then other than that green block is a list of what she likes and doesn't like. If she's around or interacts with objects she likes, she feels better. If she's around or interacts with objects she hates, she feels worse.
And she also makes things better out of things she likes. So
oh yeah?
I didn't know that. Things that attract computers, it would be of higher average quality than if it was just some other material.
So for instance, she likes gypsum, pewter, onyx, animal traps, turkeys for their snood and what? Snood? Alright. She enjoys turkeys for their snood. That's one of the best parts of this game is animals and what people like them for. It's pretty hilarious. He just mentioned that if a dwarf is making something out of a material they like or making a kind of thing they like, they make better things. She prefers river spirits, which I don't think dwarves can even make.
You can. You have to have above ground crops.
Oh, it's an above ground crop. Okay.
Yeah.
I have gotten some things before where dwarves like things that they physically cannot produce, like only elves can make them. She hates slugs. And then under that is their, I believe that's the soul line under that, their mental abilities.
Yeah.
She has a good feel for social relationships, but an iffy sense for music. My understanding with that is none of those really have any bearing on anything except a couple of social skills, like consoling and flattery.
And things, it's just a comparatively subtler benefit than most things.
Gotcha.
You don't want to give your the person dressing wounds that makes that somebody who doesn't have a good sense of empathy. It makes them worse at their job.
That's
you don't want your leader to be terrible at things. You don't want your doctor to have a terrible memory.
Although I have found that the actual training and skill in a job is infinitely more impactful than their personality is.
Skill is much more important.
Yeah, skill is much, much more important. But for starting out, sometimes it's nice to match them, which is why Monk does that. And I don't bother because I tend to rush through the first couple of years of my fort. So, and then
getting to know my dwarves.
I'm sorry?
I like getting to know my dwarves. Like,
yeah.
That weirdo who's in a constant state of rage and really likes ducks.
That's about right, yeah. Good times. Yeah, and then that last paragraph describes their personality. Like, this one is, doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, a good awareness of emotions, trusting, straightforward. They're things like that.
Most of them are fluff. There's a couple that are kind of important, but
most of them are fluff. Every single dwarf has the line, they need alcohol to get through the working day. Dwarves become very unhappy if you don't provide them with booze. As in flipping tables and murdering people unhappy.
They also work slower.
They also work slower, yes. If at all. And then the last line there, a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. That line describes their species, in this case, dwarf. Dogs have that line for, dog. So anyway, these are our 7 dwarves. Now, if you hit tab, it brings you to the list of stuff you're dragging with you to the fort. By default, you get 2 picks, 2 battle axes, and an anvil, and then 40 units of ale, 20 units of beer. You just got the 7? Yeah, it's 7 dwarves. 5 seeds of each of the crops that dwarves grow underground somehow. Usually 2 sets of 15 unit of meat, whatever kind of meat they have. And then plump helmets, which are a type of fungus they grow underground and are useful for everything. Excuse me. Thread, cloth, bag, ropes. Quivers, which I've never understood embarking with unless you plan to have a hunter in the party. Like, I always feel like it's a waste of points. And then buckets, splints, crutches, and a wheelbarrow. Again, I've never seen the reason to embark with a wheelbarrow. You can build one right away. So
these are most of the items that you can build everything you can embark with. It's mostly a question of how difficult it is to acquire.
Yeah.
So some things are very easy to acquire, like a bucket. You just need to chop down a tree, as compared to an axe where you need to have metal to smelt. You need forge and fuel for forge.
Well, except that since the more recent update, I think the 2012 update added training weapons. And among those are training axes. And a training axe, despite being made of wood, can be used to cut down trees. So one of the things I do is trade in my battle axes for much, much cheaper wooden training axes. Which some people might argue against because your woodcutters are pretty good emergency soldiers. What with their axes.
Yeah, but I keep a legit axe.
I never do, but that's personal.
It's one where I tend to also embark on more dangerous areas, so
that's very true.
Who can fight off of there.
Yeah.
But
so I'm going to trade in my battle axes, and I'm going to hit the letter N for new items. I'm going to go down to training weapons, and I'm going to go ahead and give me a pair of ashen training axes. And they cost 17 instead of 60. So I think the only thing you can't build right away unless you really spec for it are picks. Because picks are... You need metal and you need a forge to set it up. So it's kind of difficult to set up without having a pick already. It's actually one of the worst ways to get around, because I've had situations where the dwarf with a pick falls in water and then drowns, and then you can't get the pick back. And now you're just stuck standing above ground, hoping you don't get eaten until next season. You also embark with an anvil, and some people insist that you just don't keep an anvil with you. Some people insist that you should always take an anvil with you. I am on the fence about that.
A lot depends on how quickly you plan to do anything with metal.
Yeah.
The anvil means you will be guaranteed to be able to make anvils. The anvil is the hard one compared to everything else, because in order to make an anvil, you need to already have an anvil.
Yeah, which is always a little confusing. So I think I'll keep the anvil this time, and usually I embark with one, unless I don't plan on getting to metal in the first year or so of the fortress. Because
it usually carries one of your first wagons. You can buy it at that point, and then you can use the points you would have spent on an anvil, which is an expensive 100 points, and you can bring, a cow and eat the cow.
But don't bring cows, because cows are hard to keep alive.
Yeah,
and cost more than an anvil. Yeah. So before I go through the rest of the stuff in here, we'll go back to the dwarves themselves and give them some skills. So I'm not going to look at the individual dwarves and assign their skills from it, because I don't care that much. I'm a bad person. Whatever. And there's not that big a problem for it, especially because I'm embarking someplace where it's not super dangerous. If I was embarking someplace that was super dangerous, I'd probably
Well, the fact that he selected a miner who's absent-minded and slow and has problems focusing on the task at hand won't bite him in the butt because if the miner goes under it 7 times, he's not going to get eaten by a bear.
exactly. So I'm just gonna make one miner who does nothing else except mine, because sometimes it's really slow getting into the ground, and when they're doing 6 things at once, it's a pain. So setting up what your starting labors are is really up to you and your personal play style. I like to take 2 miners with me, a crafter, a woodworker slash woodcutter, um, a leader, and a farmer of some kind, and then whatever I feel like for the last one, kind of thing. Some people say never farm. Like Monk's method of farming is to, you know,
Not farm.
not
I take
farm.
some caravan.
Yeah, is to buy food, which is a perfectly valid strategy. He's alive. It works. Other people's idea of farming is to murder the elves and take their food, which is also completely valid. Um, some people insist that the best way to farm is to dig all the way down straight in underground until you find a cave and then loot its naturally growing food. Some people grow crops above ground and only above ground, like some kind of hippie. But I'm a fan of some intense agriculture, so I usually start with one farmer slash cook slash brewer, general cookery person. Um, I like to start with a miner slash mason, a straight on miner, a woodcutter slash carpenter slash, no, I don't, what wood crafts are there that matter? None of them, I think. I think they're all decorative.
Yeah, most of them are decorative. If
Yeah.
those things are most of the crafts that you could build in a woodcraft place, you could also make out of stone or some other
Yeah.
uh,
So I'm going to leave that out. I'm going to take one crafter with me with stone, wood, and bone carving. Um,
I frequently just choose one and spec it.
well,
Others higher skills, they provide a boost to how fast they complete the job, and or they provide a boost to the quality of the goods they produce. So
usually
having
both.
one professional bone carver will make much more valuable goods than somebody who does a little bit of bone carving, a little bit of stone, and a little bit of wood.
Yeah, that's very true. One of the things I like to do is to set up my entire economy like in the first year by having somebody with 1 point in every skill and then letting migrants come and take the better job. But that's just because I like setting things up early. There's no real
Yeah.
benefit to it. I don't need to do it. It's just something I do. I'm going to make him a potter and a stone crafter, actually. I'm going to put 1 point in wood crafting so I don't have to worry about it later. I'm going to make him a potter and a stone crafter because something you will need constantly are barrels or pots. They're used interchangeably to hold booze and food, both of which are kind of important. Um, we have a river
Definitely.
here, so I think I'm going to take a fisherman with me because fish are a real easy way to get food. I'm going to make a fisherman and put a couple points in fish cleaner and fish dissector. I still am not sure what fish dissector is used for, but I know you need it. So,
You don't need it.
no, it
No,
isn't
fish dissector is
actually.
used for, I believe, extracting materials from fish, which you don't need to do.
Isn't it? I think that's for like pearls, isn't it?
Now, fish extractor makes extracts from certain vermin and a tree,
Ah,
and I don't think there's anything terribly useful. Certainly
yeah.
not what
All
you're
right.
starting with. You'll get random useless migrants later with it.
All right. Then never mind. I won't do that. So now we have 2 more peasants. I've got this fisherman, a crafter, a woodcutter, 2 miners, somebody and somebody else. You might
I
want to
forget you're
start.
picking the fish cleaning though. You do need that
Yeah, I did give him fish cleaning.
fish.
So I'm thinking one of the useful things, one of the useful professions to give somebody is doctor, because
I have a friend with a doctor.
yeah, because a good diagnostician is hard to come by chance. So I'm going to max somebody out on diagnosis. Um,
Diagnosis is one of the most important medical professions because it's the way healthcare works is that the dwarf will be like, "Ow, I hurt," and the doctor will come over and decide what operation needs to be done. So if he's really bad at diagnosing things, he might say, "Well, you got a cut, so we're going to cut off your hand."
Yeah, they do that.
Opposed to
It's
just
pretty
doing
great.
or they'll do it wrong, and then the longer it takes them to properly treat the wound, the more likely it'll be infected and all kinds of nasty things.
Yeah, and diagnosis takes forever at low ranks. It's pretty bad. Um, I don't have a full-on farmer here, so I think what I'm going to do is once the game starts, I'm going to make my doctor a backup farmer. He won't have any skill in it, but you don't really need that much skill to throw seeds in the ground.
It affects crop yield.
It does, but the way I grow things, I don't
If you throw
care.
80 seeds in the ground, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I put way too many plants in the ground. Monk doesn't use any of them, and some people I know, some people build a single 3x3 farm and then never build anything else, and that's it. I tend to build one for every crop and monocrop them, which is really inefficient and probably hurts me more than it helps me, but I always have an overabundance of crops. So, all right, so the last one, it's good to have a leader. What you need is a negotiator and an appraiser.
And judge of intent.
And judge of intent, right. Because appraisal, oh, I'm out of points. Whoops. So a judge of intent will, what does judge of intent give you exactly? I know what it does.
Judge of intent is when caravans come to trade, it lets you see how willing they are to trade. If they're in a good mood, they give you better trade. If they're in a bad mood, the trade they strike aren't as good. And if they're in a very bad mood because you keep saying, "Oh, I'll give you one shoe for all of your supplies," they'd be like, "Well, we're not going to bother trading with you," and then they just leave.
Yeah.
So it's good to have a judge of intent to know why that's going to happen.
Mhm.
You probably also want an appraiser.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to be able to more accurately tell you the value of goods.
If you don't have any ranks in appraise, no values of goods when you go to trade will come up at all.
You just kind of have to guess, and that's not good.
Yeah, and you don't know if if the people you're trading with are just trying to pull one over on you and steal your crap. It happens.
They probably are, but
Yeah, they can, they do.
It's better to
Some
actually
people
know
don't.
numerical values because then you know profit margins and how good you are at what you're doing.
Right. Um, and record keeper, uh, record keeper is one of those skills where you need it, but you don't actually need to put ranks in it because, excuse me, because you once you set somebody as a manager, as the record keeper, he immediately starts doing the books for everything and keeping track of all of the items in the fort. And once he gets to the point where you know how many, like every stupid individual egg in the entire fortress is accounted for, everyone knows forever for the rest of time. Somehow, it's pretty trippy, but
Yeah, you can usually spare a dwarf for a season it takes to do that.
yeah. So I'm gonna I've run out of points by assigning labor, so I'm gonna go back to my equipment, and I'm gonna lose the wheelbarrow because I can make a wheelbarrow right away. I'm gonna lose all of these crutches and splints because I don't need them. I'm gonna take all of these quivers away because I don't need any of them.
And they're easy to make.
And they're really easy to make. I'm going to keep the anvil because I'm going to keep the anvil. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this guy, I'm going to max him out on appraise. I'm going to give him a couple ranks of intent, a rank in organizer, a rank in record keeper, and a rank in negotiator. I think
If
that's
you
good.
anticipate bad times on your embark, I would also recommend a rank or two of consoler and pacifier.
Uh-huh.
When dwarves tantrum, they will set up a meeting with their boss to vent, like cry, they'll cry or they'll rage or whatever. And if your manager is good at consoling or pacifying, he can prevent them from going on a much more destructive rage later.
Yeah. Yeah. It's important. So
Otherwise,
now,
it just makes them feel worse about themselves.
yeah, that happens. It's great. Oh god. All right, so I've got all this stuff. Now I have 79 points to play with. One of the things you start when you embark, you automatically get a free. Usually, you get 3 or so free animals, like random animals.
You get 2 cart pullers. So
2 cart pullers. Okay.
it's the animals that carry the wagon to where you are now.
Okay. And they're either yaks or cows or horses or donkeys. Like, they're weird animals sometimes.
They're big
Like, I've gotten
animals.
alpacas sometimes. So you have a lot of options for animals to take with you to start an animal-based economy if you want to do that. Or, like, you can take dogs and train them for war or for hunting to help defend the fort or to help take down deer kind of thing. You can take cats with you, which can cause problems if you let them breed uncontrollably.
Yeah, so they are also very useful because they kill vermin, and
Yeah.
vermin will rot your food.
Vermin will rot your food, and they'll make everyone who sees a rat feel really bad about themselves.
Especially if they don't like rats. Like
Especially
that person who doesn't like slugs, if you see slug is a type of vermin, and if you see the slug, you'll be like, ew, my life is ruined.
Yeah, and he'll just feel crappy all day, and then he'll go drown himself in booze, and he'll feel better. So there's a lot of animals on this list. Some of them are different depending on what civ you have. It looks like I don't have the choice of... Oh, I do have the choice of goats. Ooh, I have the choice of reindeer. That's fun.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah. It's appropriate, really. Let's see. So I could take a sheep, I could take a ram, I could take pigs, boars, goats, chickens. Taking uh, egg-laying fowl is fantastic because they lay a lot of eggs at a time, and those eggs are really useful, and if you tell the dwarves not to gather them, there's a chance they'll hatch into adults, and then you have more eggs. So one of the things I'm going to do, and supposedly turkeys lay more eggs than any of the other laying animals, and they mature faster.
And turkeys are bigger.
Yes, and they're bigger. So if you,
when you butcher them.
yeah, so if you kill a turkey to eat it, it produces more meat and more bones. So I'm going to take with me a couple of hens, and a turkey gobbler, which is an adult turkey. You only need one male of any given species to fertilize all of the females of that species on the same map. This includes if there's a wild turkey in the opposite corner of the map and you have your hens locked up in a basement someplace, they'll still lay fertile eggs sometimes. It's weird. I'm not sure why.
Spores. It doesn't actually check for proximity. It just checks to make sure they're on the map.
Yeah.
And if they are, then there's a chance breeding can occur.
Yeah. So that. One of the things you don't want to do is take with you rabbits, because rabbits are completely useless. I think they drop a single skull and nothing else. I know they produce no meat, and I think they might produce some amount of bones, but they don't produce anything useful.
I think they just produce a skull.
Yeah, so they're kind of useless, unless you plan on making an all-skull fortress, because they do breed very quickly, and they don't consume much. So I'm going to take those 2 hens, my adult turkey, and I think I'm going to take some sheep today. Because I hear sheep are fun, because a sheep, oops, I can only take 1 sheep. I can just hope I get a ram, I guess. I'll do that. I hope I get a ram later.
Yeah, so you don't even have to buy the ram. If it's on the map at the same time as the female sheep, there's a chance it'll, orient it.
Yeah, sheep give you the benefit of being able to shear them for the wool and milk them for sheep milk, which you can then make into cheese and cook, or you can cook the milk somehow. That's made for some interesting meals I've found. All right, so I have some
very terrible taste in cooking.
Yeah, I have some extra points kicking around. I could take an extra turkey, which I think I'm going to do, and then I still have a couple of points. I'm just going to dump them into extra beer. And I'm done. All right, so I'm going to embark with this. And our first hour is done.
Oh, did you name the fortress?
Oh, I let it name itself. Whoops, I should have gone through that.
Oh, well, we have to find out what we named. You also have the option.
Yeah, you have the option of naming it, and you have the option of letting it randomly. You get a certain number of embark points when you start to embark, and that's split between your skills and the stuff you take with you. And certain things cost more points than others. So it's good. You want to use them all up because there's no sense in leaving them unused unless you want to hurt yourself. So let's see. It gives you a blurb about that you've taken your journey from the mountain home into the wilderness to go build stuff. And let's see. Our fortress is named Atastulan. Braved Road. It's not a bad name. I've had worse. Yeah, kind of a reminiscent of Oregon Trail. Yeah, it's exactly like Oregon Trail, pretty much.
Yes, this is exactly like Oregon Trail. We're going to die of dysentery.
Yes, the dwarves don't die of dysentery. No, you have to use all the points, or else they don't exist. They're
You'll
only
get a
in the
refund
park.
on it.
All
You'll
right.
get a stack of cash.
Yeah. Let's see. Am I zoomed? All right, I'm zoomed all the way in. I think I'll stay zoomed all the way in because people seem to be able to see me this way. So when you first start, the game pauses if you set it up the way I've set it up, and you get these three screens. The one on the left is your one-to-one screen that's actually showing you what's going on. The one in the middle there is your hotkeys and what buttons do things. And the one on the right is the overall map of the area. Rarely, if ever, have I used the overall map. One of the things you can do is just hit tab, and it'll move where those pieces are, and you can move it over so that you can hide everything except the world, which is nice once you learn the hotkeys and you want to be able to see more of what you're doing. I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit because I can't see what I'm doing. Whoa, hey-oh, there we go. All right. So now on the right side, you've got a whole bunch of stuff you can do. You can use the mouse for stuff. If you use the mouse wheel, it scrolls the zoom in and out. Like this is, oh, hello. I didn't know I could do that. Evidently I can. That's pretty cool.
You can quite far out.
Yeah.
You can see everything.
Yeah. And then you can also zoom, pretty far in. And it looks like we've got some snow here. That's pretty cool. It's kind of annoying, though, because that's going to mean that river is frozen under that snow. Only in those spots. The world is kind of weird when the biomes merge into each other. So, I'm going to take a look around real quick and see what we have. I'm going to get rid of this and show you how some of the interface works. To begin with, right here, you've got your wagon and your dwarves and all of the animals you took with you. And then everything else is stuff. These little green triangles are ramps, meaning there's ground there that's on an angle. You can walk up and down it without building a stairway or anything. The rest of this stuff is, it looks like you got trees, you got shrubs. These little vertical things are probably grass or bamboo. If you hit the letter K, it'll bring up your, it'll let you look at individual things. Yep, it is bamboo, actually. That's pretty cool. I haven't embarked anywhere with bamboo in a while. Kind of confused why there's bamboo and larches in the same place. Whatever.
Yeah, the grass is kind of weird.
Yeah. So there's some shrubs, there's some trees, there's some bamboo. They're all real useful. I don't think bamboo can be used for anything right now, actually, come to think of it.
Nope. It just counts as the grass. So.
Yeah, sadly. Bamboo is useful because your animals can eat it.
And more importantly, because pandas can only eat bamboo. If you get a panda, it will die without bamboo.
Also, pandas will die no matter how much bamboo you have because they eat constantly. See, I have water buffalo.
You need a really good pasture.
I don't want water buffalo. These are terrible. At least I can milk them. So let's see, what have we got? These are some ponds. Those 7s are the depth of the water. Fluid is measured out of 7. I don't know why, but it is. And these blue ramps are showing they're downward ramps, so they're oriented different than the upward ramps over here. So they're going down into a pond and they're covered in water. Then over here, all this white stuff is going to be snow, and there's some snow-covered trees and stuff. And you can see how this river flows right into the snow and out the other side. That's going to be interesting now when I change depth. So what you're looking at right here is a two-dimensional slice top-down on the world. All of this dark stuff over here, this is underground that you can't see because it's dark and you don't know what it is.
It's the inside of the mountain.
Yep, inside of the mountain. So, if you hold shift and then hit the left and right caret keys, the greater than less than symbols, pressing the less than, the left one, brings you vertically up 1 level. So now what you're seeing is these dots are open space, and these green squares are the tops of trees. And then over here you can see there's, this is the next level up on the mountainside. So there's this little, hole in the side of the cave, kind of, in the side of the mountain kind of thing here. And now we're above other stuff, and Yeah. It takes some getting used to, but once you do, you're like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And then you can zoom out pretty far, and when you zoom out past more than one level, then empty space becomes this blue color. It's just like nothingness below here, kind of.
It's the sky.
Sky,
There's
exactly.
sky between you and the ground.
Yeah. And it looks like we have a nice flat top to this hill. That's pretty cool. I like flat hills. That's neat. Especially with this little outcropping here. I could hollow this out and make it a defense turret. I can keep going up, and it looks like there's the top of that. And what are you? Is that an anthill? Oh, a colony of bees. Evidently that's what beehives look like. Okay. That's nice. Bees are great. Bees are actually pretty great. It takes a little effort to set up a beekeeping industry, but you can make mead out of it. And bees are surprisingly good to deter like random animals. They don't like being stung. So here we are back at yeah. They spam you with status messages about terrible things happening. So now I'm going to go down a floor, and now see this is the bottom of that pond I was talking about. And then if we look over at the river, you can see where's the water, and then here where it intercepts the snow, that water is just ice. And for some reason, rivers will freeze right in the middle of stuff because of the way the biome code works, I guess. So there's just this wall of ice in the middle of this river. It's kind of weird. Be careful when ice happens. In a temperate area, ice will happen in winter usually. Usually midwinter, but I'm glad you do find this informative. That is my goal. All right. One of the things that happens when water freezes is that anything in that water just stops existing. It doesn't even.
It's just encased in ice.
Oh, does it actually come out at the end of it? I thought it destroyed items.
No, I think if you dig it back out, you can get the items back.
Oh yeah? Alright, I didn't realize that. I thought it just outright destroyed stuff, like dropping a bridge on them.
I'm pretty sure it can be recovered.
Alright, well, double check that later, I guess.
Hopefully we don't have occasion to find out.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to. Ooh, long-nosed gar. Type of fish.
More likely in the situation we have here is because the river is solid where the ice is, dwarves will attempt to walk across it, and if they're walking across it when the river melts, they will fall into the river and very likely drown.
Yeah, dwarves are not good swimmers by default. They're bad at it.
They're pretty dumb.
They're pretty terrible at swimming. 7 deep water is over your head water, so it's
like standing in a room that's filled to the ceiling with water.
Yeah. If you can manage to get a space that's got like 3 of 7 water filled, you can usually like semi-drown dwarves, and they bob and tread water for a while, and they get much better at swimming. There's a practice where you intentionally flood sections of your fortress to train your dwarves in drowning. I'm sorry, in swimming. Yes.
Drowning, and the ones that survive know how to swim better.
That's exactly what it is. So, all right. One of the things we're going to want to do is dig our way right into the side of the mountain so your stuff doesn't get stolen. Fussy auto.
So bears don't walk in the middle of camp.
And bears don't walk in the middle, or your stuff doesn't get stolen. Like raccoons don't run off with your stuff. Your food doesn't rot. You know, you have somewhere to put things, for instance. So, I'm going to bring back up the our menu of how to do stuff. And the most commonly used command you're going to use is the D button, which is designations. So you can hit D, and it'll bring up a submenu and let you have a cursor suddenly. Your cursors move with the mouse buttons, with the up, down, left, right directional keys. There we go. Unless you've changed your key bindings. You can also use the mouse to click and place designations. I'm not a fan of that, with certain exceptions in mining, but we have a bunch of options in here. That gives you mining, channeling, which is mining but digging down. So you remove the space on this floor and the floor below you. You can remove stairs and ramps. So like all of these little ramps here, I can just get rid of them so things can't climb up that way.
Unless they're very tall.
Unless they're very tall or can fly.
Or can fly.
Or can fly. It lets you dig an upward ramp, meaning like I can turn this space right here into a ramp up to the next floor, but I can't turn empty space into a ramp because there's nothing there to carve out to make the ramp. Then, if you're outside, the command defaults to chop down trees, which is always a useful thing to do. Then the next one is gather plants, which is useful for outdoors or if you breach a cave. Sometimes there are naturally growing plants you can collect. And the first thing I'm going to do, actually, is chop down a whole bunch of trees and gather a whole bunch of plants just to shore up things while the miners are digging. So, you want to... the cursor works by designating a square. You choose two opposite corners, and it does things in that space. So I'm going to choose this corner, press Enter to start my designation. You see there's a little flashing thing there now. You might not be able to see it, but it's flashing. And then you can choose the opposite corner of things or by moving buttons. But if you hold the Shift key and then press a direction button, it'll jump the cursor, I think that's 10 spaces. So I'm just going to I'm just going to chop down all the trees in this area and then do gather plants and do the same area and just collect all of those things. And now you can see that I've designated them. They're now silhouetted and they've got little black outlines. They're highlighted, yeah. They're highlighted silhouettes now. Let's see, what are these other commands? Smooth stone lets you turn, like, you see these are little boulders floating around in here. That's a boulder, that's a boulder. I don't think it serves any real purpose outside except to make them look cool. It makes it look a little bit nicer. Inside, smooth stone looks A, nicer, and B, is more valuable. Like, if it's a bedroom, dwarves feel better about a smoothed bedroom than a raw stone bedroom. Engraving stone works the same way. You can do it to floors or walls. Engraved rooms are worth more. Do note that once you engrave something, try not to mine through it, because if you do, the guy who engraved it first off is going to get really upset, and it's considered a crime. And the guy who mined through it is going to get his face punched in. Or thrown in jail if you built a fraud. Affecting the dwarves' happiness, yes. Dwarves like smooth and they like engraved stuff. But it's something... it makes a room much more valuable than an empty space, than even stuff in it, usually. And engravings vary in value, depending on the skill of the engraver. But we'll talk about that some more later, I think. Just like we'll talk about fortifications and tracks. Tracks are a new addition with the addition of minecarts. I have yet to tackle minecarts. Yes, you can engrave walls. You can engrave smoothed surfaces, walls and floors. You can never engrave a constructed wall, and you can never engrave a constructed floor. But it's cool. Also, when you engrave something, you can look at that section and then read the engraving exactly. It's pretty cool. Yes, you smooth stone and then you engrave it. Alright, let's see. And then you can remove a designation if you accidentally tried to dig something you don't want to, or like, let's say I don't want to dig this tree. I can hit X and click on it. Now I'm not digging that tree anymore. Or, I'm sorry, chopping, whatever.
Dig that tree, man.
Yo, man, dig a tree. Actually, trees are a problem if you want to try and dig under them. It's pretty bad. They get in the way.
That's consequences that are perhaps entirely foreseeable.
Yeah. One of the other things you can do here is set traffic. By pressing O, it'll bring up the traffic thing, which is used to calculate whether or not a dwarf will move through a space in order to get someplace. By default, everything's normal, where to get each square is considered... oh boy. Okay.
We can come back to traffic.
Yeah, traffic is complicated. What I'm going to do right now, though, is restrict this frozen section of the river so no one stands on it when it melts. That's just something I'm going to do because they're going to die.
So if we're going to do that, the explanation for the traffic is that dwarves consider, when they're pathfinding, how expensive it is to move through each square. Normally it's the normal cost. You can induce them to go through higher traffic areas, so they can say this will be faster, and you can say if you restrict it, they're much less likely to walk on it because as far as they're concerned, it's a long way around.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, so if they have a reason to be on the ice, they'll still go there. Like if something dies and leaves a corpse, they'll walk to get the corpse. But,
or what have you. Ah, I just encountered, as you may not have seen, problems with using the mouse when the screen is zoomed in. Like, I can't click on any... Like, I'm trying right now to click on these spaces, and I got nothing. And you see now I can click on them? It's because when you're zoomed in, the map responds funny to it. I don't know why, but it does that. You can fix that by zooming back to the normal zoom, or else just using the keyboard like everyone else does, kind of thing. I hope this river doesn't meander much. Okay. I've learned enough to die horribly. Yeah, that's about right. So I'm just going to restrict this whole thing and hope they don't die. I hope there aren't any ponds in here, because if there are, they're still going to die. Well, I'll find them and I'll tell them not to go there.
I think as long as they don't have a reason to go over by the river, they'll be fine.
Yeah, but dwarves usually have a pretty good reason to go there, especially because I have fish in here.
Oh, you are fishing.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I was building bridges so they have a way to get across the river.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'll probably build a little fishing pier right here. You know, just cause. Alright, so let's dig a hole. It's useful.
No, we actually haven't actually done anything as far as the dwarves are concerned.
Yeah, I haven't even unpaused the game yet. Fortunately, you can pause the game at any time and for any length of time. It's very, very useful, and frankly, the game would be unplayable if you couldn't. So what are we going to do? Oh, no, those red blotches, the blinking red things that were here before, is that what you're talking about? These blinking red boxes, I'm sorry, these blinking red boxes, I can't talk, are, right now they're showing traffic, so moving through that space, dwarves will avoid walking through those spaces. That's what I did. I made that a restricted zone, so dwarves will try to avoid it. So when it melts, they don't fall into the river and die.
It's nothing you really need to know about right now.
Yeah, it's useful to pay attention to, you know, when the end comes. So, one of the things I like about this graphic... No, they're not going to blink. They're only going to blink when I'm looking at traffic designations. Otherwise, like, see, because I can look at it now and it's fine. They don't exist. It only shows you traffic designations while you're setting traffic designations. It's helpful. Where are we? Okay. So, one of the things I like about this graphics pack is that it's really easy to identify what material the ground is made out of by sight. Like, you can see there are clearly two different materials right here. And if you press K, you can look at it. Like, this is red sand, and this is silty loam. Loam has no value except that it's dirt. Sand can be used to make glass, and its color has absolutely no bearing on what color glass you make. You make green glass, unless you go through a very convoluted process to make clear, or, God help you, crystal glass.
I'm pretty sure crystal glass is still bugged, so you can't actually make crystal glass.
Is it? Oh, that's terrible. That's alright, it's not a big deal. Metal is more valuable than glass anyway, so. Glass is just cool. I had a fort at some point where I filled a lake that froze every year with all of my coffins in the winter, and then when summer came, everything melted and the water rushed back in. It was pretty great. It was just cool. Alright, so let's dig a hole and put our stuff indoors. So if you go to D, you can go into the designation. You press D again for mine. Good way to remember that. D is dig, mining. And you can mine into space. You can't mine straight down unless you first dig a stairway or channel. Like, I could channel things over here, and then I would cut a hole in the ground and there'd be open pit. An open pit. Excuse me. So I'm going to mine a hole into this wall.
Yeah.
What? What did you say about pits?
No.
Alright. So, there are a couple of ways to start digging out your fort, and you might want to put a little bit of thought into it before you just dig a hole and dump your stuff in it. If you're going to have... There's a trading caravan that comes about once a season, depending on how many races come to visit you. Like, if the humans come to visit, they come once or twice a year. If the elves come to visit, they come once or twice a year. The dwarves come once. Yeah, the dwarves come once in just before winter, I think. mid-fall kind of thing. Anyway, in order to have the space for them to get to a depot, a wagon needs 3 squares open. They need a 3-square hallway to get to your depot. So some players like to put a 3-square wide hallway into their fort and make everything 3 wide, which is a pretty useful thing to do, especially when you start having, like 120 dwarves in your fort, and then they're all bumping into each other in your tiny hallways. Having it 3 wide means they don't have to duck while the people crawl over them. It gets interesting when you have tight hallways.
By interesting, you mean slow.
By interesting, I mean slow. The more dwarves you have, the worse the pathfinding algorithm gets, and the slower the game runs.
It's not so much that the algorithm gets slower, it's just that it has to do more.
Yeah, it has to think more.
And there are dwarves in their way.
Yeah. So,
the wider hallways are good. One of the big things about Dwarf Fortress is thinking long term. Right now, you really only need a 2 or 1 tile hallway for them to move. But,
yeah.
If this fortress prospers and grows, then there's going to be, a couple hundred dwarves.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this little, it's not quite a cave because it's not a cave. Like, if I go up a floor, there's this big space. But I'm going to use this little channel, valley, I guess it is, kind of. Little dirt hole. And I'm going to dig in this way. I'm sorry?
It's a cranny.
A what?
Look, and/or a cranny.
A cranny. All right. It is not an English muffin. Anyway, I'm going to dig a hole into here. So, I'm going to dig it too wide because that's what I'm going to do. This is long story short.
Off that way. The caravan will not be able to come inside through that hallway, but it will be easier to keep other things out.
Yeah. What I'm probably going to do is build a depot outside for now, and then make this bigger later. Diggy hole. I might do what I've done before, actually, which is build a 3-dig hallway and not dig out this first space, so that way I can put doors here. And then I still have a high-capacity space, but I can lock it off so that, if kobolds come or something, they can't just stab all of my guys and kill them, and I die in my sleep. So, I'm in the mountain now.
Well, he will be once the dwarves actually do things.
Once I unpause, they'll start digging. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dig, a 10x10 hole and dump stuff there for now. I might dig a couple of holes, actually, because that's usually what I do is build a couple of big empty squares. It's just the style I play. I know Jason doesn't like me doing that.
I like picking, something that looks like a fort, opposed to a giant communal warehouse.
Yeah, I build giant empty holes. This is how I build. It's not aesthetically pleasing, but it is functional. Oh God. Okay.
The space between the area. Whoa.
Yeah. I unpaused the game, and it immediately gave me this message at the bottom of the screen: a section of cavern has collapsed.
That's exciting.
It's exciting.
That very likely means that magma is flowing into water underground, which is...
Oh, is that exactly what that means?
Almost certainly. Alternately, we have a weird bug, and there's a odd world gen say. We were not going to know until we actually dig that deep.
I'm sorry?
Pardon?
Say that again?
What's most likely happening here is that there is magma underground somewhere, and it is flowing into water. So what happens is magma hits the water, it turns to obsidian, and if it's not actually connected to anything, it immediately collapses.
Right, it falls. Yeah.
And then you get this message.
So we might get this spammed a couple of times, and we don't. Okay, cool. So I'm going to pause again, and now, yeah, if you're one of the people who demands to know every stupid little detail about stuff, you definitely can in this game. And you really can. If you want to, you can sit here and stare at every stupid little detail, and you can learn the names of all of your dwarves and all of their preferences and dig them a room. You could literally build a room out of their favorite material and put them in it and build beds out of their favorite stuff. Exactly. This game is absolutely micromanaging the game. All right, where did I go? What happens is when something happens, like the cavern collapsed, the game pauses and moves your camera to that thing. So right now I am on level negative 129. It just shoved me all the way down into the bowels of the earth, which I can't see because I haven't dug there. Fortunately, if my keyboard's not going to suck, if I hit F1, yep, there we go. It'll bring you back to where your wagon is. And if you press the letter, oh, nope, that's not it. I don't want to do that. Don't look at that yet. It's terrifying.
It's not that terrifying.
Well, it's terrifying right now. Let's wait until we have some spaces. If you hold capital H, Shift H, it'll bring up your hotkey list. And what you can do is set up your F keys 1 through 8 and Shift 1 through 8 as zoom 2s. So, for instance, F1 is by default zooms to your wagon, wherever your wagon is. Or was, anyway. And I set up, it's really useful when you start setting up things that are really far apart from each other. So, alright, I'm going to unpause now, and you can see my dwarves are moving, and here they are, starting to dig out some dirt. All of that lovely, lovely sand. And my other dwarves are over here. My woodcutter's cutting wood. Oh, I don't have a plant gatherer. Alright, so I'm going to have to pause the game briefly. And I'm going to press, what button is it? Oh god, I forgot. V, thank you. V. V is view units. And even though I'm not highlighting the expedition leader right now, you can see how he's blinking because I'm close to him. There. If I go to him, it gives you a list of his skills by default. If you press... What do those buttons do? Oh. C, B, and M toggle on and off what skills are displayed.
So if you want to know how the social skills they have that aren't very useful, it doesn't clutter up the list.
Right.
Or if you only want to see, okay, I'm going to scroll through my dwarves quick and see who's good at combat.
Right.
Turn off the other list.
So, what did you say? I'm going to make my medic here a backup farmer. So, I'm going to go to... What do you... F. Okay. If you press F, it brings up preferences for him, which from here you can assign him a work animal, either a war dog or a hunting dog, or God help you if your culture has access to some other kind of hunting or war animal. Evidently that happens now. It's terrifying.
Yeah. And you can trade them yourself if you'd like.
Yeah. And then we can bring up his labors. So if you press L, it brings up the list of stuff he does, all of the skills, and the ones that are bright, like healthcare here is white. He does all of the things in here because he has skills in all of them. By default, he does them. Also, everyone has hauling enabled by default, so if there's something that needs to be moved, every dwarf will grab it and go help. This can be helpful and detrimental. Like, once you have a lot of dwarves, something I do is turn off hauling on my miners, so they just keep digging and they only take breaks to eat and sleep. Instead of taking breaks to, like, grab a stone they just cut and, like, drag it 50 floors up. It kind of slows things down. And other jobs, architecture, alchemy, and cleaning. Right now, alchemy has no purpose in the game. Architecture is used to design bridges and depots, and I don't think anything else. Wells, maybe?
Some workshops, yes.
Oh, yeah, a handful of workshops. And drink, yes. The dwarves take a lot of breaks to drink. So I'm going to make this diagnoser a farmer, and I'm going to give him plant gathering. And I'm going to turn on farming fields for him. So what he's going to do, and plant processing, just because later he might end up doing that. And then I'm going to hit escape a couple of times to bring me out of that window and press space again. And now, you can see he immediately ran off to go gather plants. This is useful.
They don't always immediately go when you give them labors.
No, sometimes they just stand there and look around funny. What are you doing? Oh, you're fishing. Okay, cool. One of the things about fishery workers is they don't need anything to go fish. Like, they'll just be like, oh, okay, I'm a fishery worker, I'm going to go fish now. It's pretty useful. It's nice about fishery workers and fishing. You can also tell them to fish from specific places or not to fish from specific places, but I'm not going to do that now. Something that just happened. I don't know if you can read it at the bottom of the screen here. It's basically completely autonomous fish gathering, yeah. You don't need to do anything about it. What your fishers will do is run up to the nearest body of water, throw their line in it, and if they decide there's nothing there to fish, they'll reel it in and just leave and go to another body of water. If if you have a zone set up that's fishing zone, they'll fish there first until it has no more fish. Like what just happened now is at the bottom of my screen here, I don't know if you guys can see it, it says there's nothing to catch in the central swamps. So my fisherman just tried to fish there and found nothing, so he's like, alright, enough of this crap, I'm going to go fish in the river. They won't fish in anything really small, I think. And they won't fish any place that says there's nothing to catch here, usually. Like small puddles. And I don't think they'll fish in anything with less than 7 units of water in it. Like, they have to fish in full ponds. I'll talk about zones a little bit later. Once we dig out the first couple of rooms and I build some workshops, I'll start talking about zones. I was going to do something before I unpause this again. No, the fishery worker's on its own. Right now, there's nowhere for him to put the fish when she catches it, so what he's going to do is catch a fish and just drop it on the ground next to him. Where it will rot pretty quickly, unless somebody eats it. Oh dear. Alright. My fishery worker...
Eats the raw fish.
What?
Nobody's going to eat it because it's the raw fish.
Right, no one will eat fish because it's raw. They have to cook it or prepare it. I know they will try an area that's previously been declared fishless, because I had a game going earlier where everyone had, I had like 4 or 5 fishermen, and they just, I kept getting the message, there's nothing to catch in the central swamps, like 100 times. It just was pissing me off.
Yeah, they can fish out of the region.
Dwarves will eat everything, will eat anything raw. They'll eat plants raw. Dwarves will not eat raw meat. It has to be prepared. That doesn't mean cooked. It means
raw meat. If you butcher something, they'll eat the meat.
Yeah, but it's prepared meat, not raw meat.
Eat the scales and stuff.
Yeah, there's a difference between prepared and raw, and cooked. A raw animal is just like a dead corpse. Like a dead cow is raw meat. A dead fish is raw fish, or a dead mussel in some cases. Actually, I think shellfish are prepared differently. Anyway, once you've got a dead animal, you have to have the appropriate workshop, either a butchery for animals, like if you build a butchery. No, the kitchen is only used to cook. A butcher's workshop is used to, the butcher will grab an animal, drag it to the shop, kill it, and cut it into all its various parts, prepared meats. Excuse me. Like if you kill a cow, you'll get some unit of prepared cow meat. I think it's called cow meat too. And prepared tripe, and prepared cow brain, and prepared brown cow eye, and prepared brown cow spleens. Like 100 stupid pieces of meat. And if you have a fish, you need a fishery. And at a fishery, a fisherman or a fish cleaner, that's it, will take a raw fish and then turn it into prepared fish, which I guess is like sushi or something. I don't know. And then if you have a kitchen will take between 1 and 3 food items and combine them into one meal, which makes people very happy and also fat, evidently. So, what just happened at the bottom of my screen here was that this fisherman was interrupted by a long-nosed gar, which is a kind of fish, but is an aggressive kind of fish. So what happened is this fish tried to attack him, so he ran the hell away.
More like he just saw it and ran away.
Yeah. Yeah, dwarves are cowards, which is helpful, because now they're really squishy.
They're suicidal brave.
Yeah, they are. So I'm going to unpause again. He's going to run away for a little while and then try and go back. Maybe. Yeah, he's cowering in fear right now. And now he goes out again. Yeah, now he's going to go to a different pond or something.
There you go.
So meanwhile, my dwarves here are carving out this hole. Alright, so we've got an empty space carved out. I'm going to pause the game again, and we're going to talk about, what do you think, workshops first or stockpiles?
Stockpiles.
Stockpiles. Alright, good. P brings up your stockpile menu. A stockpile is exactly what it sounds like. It's a area where dwarves dump their stuff, whatever kind of stuff it is. There's a stockpile for each kind of item, and if you can make a custom stockpile for as few as 1 or even 0 items, technically. Um, there's a
Oh, I
lot
would
of
do that too.
interesting stuff you can do with stockpiles now because of the way they've been redone. But basically, a stockpile is your warehouse. It's a very simple way to think of it, and it's a very easy way to remember things. Um, one of the things you're going to want to do is get your wagon deconstructed and all of your stuff brought inside pretty quick, because in your wagon stuff's just kind of hanging out and is useless. So I'm going to make this.
Well, they can pull it out of the wagon. It's just
Yeah,
one of the most important things with stockpiles is the food stockpile stores food properly so that it doesn't decay as quickly. So, for example, that raw fish that's out, that the fishermen do, they'll pull fish out of the water and then drop it on the ground. If it's in a stockpile, it will decompose much less quickly because it's basically on a shelf.
right.
It'll still
Although,
decompose until it's turned into useful food.
yeah, I
Or
think
herbs
stockpiles
like
are
that.
pretty much just like, this is a warehouse now. There's no construction of anything. It's just like, this is a space where we put food, and it's magically preserved now. It's kind of odd, but you know, magic. Yes, magic. Um, so what am I going to dump in this room? I think I'm going to dump in here. I'm going to make half of this room just. Well, I'm going to make some portion of it food. Um, I'm going to put dwarf slow magic. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to make food. I'm going to put some cloth in here because you start with a bunch of weird cloth stuff. I'm going to make about half of this room finished goods because we will have a lot of those. Uh, I don't really know what else to dump in here right now. Furniture,
Furniture.
this half. Probably furniture just over here in this half. And then I'll make a little space for leather in case we get any. I'll make a space for animals in case we end up with a cage someplace. And I'm going to make a custom stockpile real quick. If you hit the letter T, it'll bring up your options. Everything but corpses. Yeah, I've done that before. Um, I like separating them a little bit though, because then you see, all right, I'm out of space for food. I'll build a real stockpile now, instead of dumping everything together. And I'm just going to turn on weapons, armor, and ammo all in the same spot. I don't know if we have any, but sometimes it's useful, just in case. So I'm going to do that. And now, one of the things you saw on the top right here, there's a space called idlers, and that shows you the number of dwarves that are currently doing nothing. And as soon as you have a bunch of hauling jobs to do, usually that number drops to naught. Sometimes it stays up because dwarves are just lazy bastards. So I'm going to let them drag a bunch of stuff out of the wagon into that space while the doctor and the woodcutter are busy being farmers. And I'm not sure where my fisher is. Must be here someplace.
If you hit the U button, it'll bring up your unit screen.
Oh god, he's on the wrong side of the river.
Oh, he's on the right. Oh, and the river's thought, hasn't it?
Yep. There we go. If you bring up U, it brings up the list of all of the creatures currently on the map. Your first set is citizens, so your dwarves. Specifically the dwarves that belong to you. Occasionally other dwarves show up, like with the caravan. So it shows you dwarves and what they're currently doing. They're all storing, except one is digging and one is fishing. If you go to the right, it shows you all of your pets and livestock that you currently have. All of the wild animals on the map. Wild animals, monsters, what have you. Looks like we have a whole flock of ravens, which is exciting. I want to catch them and tame them. I always want to catch and tame ravens. I think that'd just be fun. And then we have a bunch of fish.
Ravens will catch because they fly.
Yeah. And then we have a whole bunch of dead bodies. Huh. Serpent woman corpse.
Yeah, those corpses are almost certainly from the cavern collapse at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of corpses. Huh. And one dead fish that probably froze to death.
Yeah.
So one of the things you can do from this menu if you don't know where somebody is go to him and then press the letter C and it'll zoom to that person. So I have a problem here. My fisherman is stuck on the left side of this river and he cannot get back to the other side because the river goes all the way across the map. So what I'm going to have to do is either build a bridge, like a literal bridge, or just like a floor across the river.
Or you could tunnel under it.
I could tunnel under it.
I don't think that there are
It's a
really
point.
multiple solutions to any problem.
I'm
The
sorry?
bridge would probably be the easiest and less resource consuming.
Yeah. I would do bridges, but right now the only way I can build a bridge is with wood. Well, you know what? I'll build a wooden bridge. I'll be a weirdo. Hang on, let me find my expedition leader. Here we go. And I'm going to turn on the architecture job for him so that he will help build things. Yes, there are many, many trees. It is a forest. Fun thing, if you hack down too many trees, the elves will come and be like, man, you're cutting our trees, man. Why, man? Don't do that, man. The trees have feelings too, man. They're filthy hippies. and if you cut down enough trees, they'll go to war with you, which is hilarious because they only have wooden weapons.
At the same time, they also have exotic weapons that no one else can tame. So, they'll show up with like these weak weapons, but they'll also be riding tigers. So
yeah, they'll show up with weak weapons and tigers, and occasionally they'll have something terrifying like a whip. And you would think like, oh, a whip. What's a whip going to do? Except that the way the mechanics of the game works is that a whip, all of the whip's damage occurs on a single point, which is enough to shred straight through armor and like rip your head out of your body. Just like, oh, your brain's on the other side of the room now. Bye. So
it's a bug. It considers the entire weight of the whole whip as opposed to just the tip.
Yeah, I made this out of leaves. Also, here is my forest troll. Yeah, that's about right. So, all right, so we're going to build a bridge then, because I've got a guy trapped and I've had some requests for bridges. So, you hit the letter B for buildings, and now we go to bridge. Bridge is one of those buttons where the hotkey for it doesn't make any sense. It's the letter G. I don't know why. But anyway, bridge.
Because B was already taken.
Yeah, so bridges are like many buildings and constructions, good bridge. Start out as a single tile, and you have to expand them using the letters K, H, and U and M on the keyboard. It's kind of odd. What?
Because they're variable in size.
Yeah, because they're variable in size. So right now you see this little green cursor I have, and now it's pink because no one can get to it if I try building it in the middle of the water. You need to be able to walk around. You need to be able to at least get to one side of it. How did he get to that side? Previously, this river was frozen, and it just thawed, and now he's stuck on the wrong side of the river.
Until next winter.
Until next winter. But I'm going to build a bridge. So what I'm going to do is build a bridge. I'm going to build a bridge 4 wide because I like my bridges to have a space that's actually anchored firmly on the ground on one side.
It's entirely unnecessary.
Yeah, it's entirely unnecessary, but it makes it easier if you're going to build a wall around it. Because if you have a bridge that flips up, then the bridge becomes a wall in that space. So if I make it like, where we go, like this, it'll become a wall in the middle of this river, and if I want to build a wall around it for defensive purposes, I'd have to build over the river instead of building on land, which is just easier. So I'm going to build mine 3 wide because I like 3 wide things. It just makes life easier. And you'll see the bridge, and then next to the word bridge is the word retracts in parentheses. That describes how the bridge folds, assuming you make it a drawbridge. A retracting bridge kind of just ceases to be.
Disappears.
Yeah, it just poofs out of existence when you retract it. You can use
it that like folds into the ground as opposed to lifting or lowering.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like a CD drive or something.
I guess I'm kind of thinking that a retracting bridge just kind of pops open at the bottom or something. I don't know. Anyway, you can use WASD and X key to describe how the bridge opens. W is north, A is west, that kind of thing. So it's going to raise it to the east here on the right, and it gives you a little arrow. I like my bridges how I like my women 3 wide.
You're raising on the east.
Okay. Anyway, here's my bridge. I'm going to build my bridge. Now it asks you what you want to build your bridge out of. You can build it in any combination of materials. I'm not sure why. I think the first item you choose from is what color it is. I'm not
I
really
don't
sure.
remember. It says the first item or the most abundant item, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. It matters, but it doesn't matter
it's
here.
not
I try to
why.
build things out of the same item, if at all possible.
Especially when they're all just wood.
Pink. So I'm going to build this out of larch because I have 13 larch logs. Now you can see here, it gives me a list of things I have, how many I need in these parentheses. If I hold shift and enter, it'll select all of one item, which is useful when you have like 54 items to pick, like if you build a big floor or something. It'll give you the distance to the nearest one of those items, and then the number of items you've used and the number of total items you have available to use. So I'm going to build it all out of larch logs, and then it starts building, and now it's blinking because it's in construction in theory. If you press the letter Q, it'll let you inspect buildings, like this larch bridge, and you can see it's now waiting for architect, needs architecture construction inactive. And as soon as my architect / director stops lugging stuff out of the wagon here, he'll go over there, stare at the bridge for a while, and go, "That's a bridge, all right." And
Well, he'll design how the bridge should look given the
right, yeah,
parameters.
he'll make up like a blueprint or something, and then the carpenter will come over with a bunch of logs and throw them onto the
Did the fisher
space.
just get a fish?
Yes, he did. And there you can see how there's a fish lying here. Oh, it's a salmon. It's 2 salmon. It's specifically 2 male salmon. The game is that intense. It cares.
Fish also spawn. That's
Yes.
exciting to see.
Oh, yeah, I have a salmon river. That's going to be fun. Spawning season's cool. Look at all the salmon. Look, I got 4 in the river already. It's exciting. Spawning season is a great time for salmon. That's
The
fun.
river is literally full of salmon.
Yeah, I could build an elaborate salmon catching trap this way. That'd be fun. Can you do that? I don't remember. Can fish be caught in cage traps?
I don't know if you can.
Oh no, they have to be air drowned. Well, I can do it. It's just elaborate.
Do weird things.
It's just an elaborate way to do it. I'm not going to bother. What did you catch? Oh, lamprey. Ugh. These things are gross. Oh, look, I have another room. The other room, I'm going to build some warehouses. So, workshops, I'm sorry. So, B for build, W for workshop, and I have a list of all the various useful workshops. I'm going to start with a carpenter's workshop, because we need things made out of wood, e.g. beds and barrels. So C for carpenter, and now you see you have this 3x3 square. All workshops are 3x3 except for the training kennel.
And the kennel.
And what else?
And the depot.
And the depot. But depot's not a...
oh no, it's not under workshop.
Yeah, I don't think kennels are either, but whatever. So, what you've got here is a carpenter's workshop. Now, when you go to build a workshop, it gives you this 3x3 square for you to place it. It'll be red if you can't place it, and pink if you can only half place it. And it'll be green if you can. Now, there are 2 different color greens here. I don't know if you can catch that, but there's a dark green and a light green. The dark green spaces, no one will ever be able to walk on while that building is there. So the left...
That's where his carpenter's table is and things like that.
Right, that's where stuff that's too big to walk around is. The light green spaces, they can walk through. This is important if you don't build a walkable perimeter around all of your warehouses. Workshops. I don't know why I keep saying that. Sometimes I jam all of my workshops right together, just stick 12 of them in a little tiny room. And then sometimes the one in the middle can't be accessed. Or if you put them in individual rooms, and then sometimes you'll accidentally block them off because they can't get to the door. The only one where it's really a problem is the gem cutter's workshop, where the entire left side is inaccessible. Because you can move diagonally without problem, which has been the death of more than one of my forts. Oops, go away. All right, so I'm going to build the carpenter's workshop here in the corner. I'm going to build it out of cedar. And I'm going to build... there's no real point for me to build a mason's workshop because I don't have any rocks yet. I'm going to build a craft dwarf's workshop next to this carpenter, just in case. So I can build some stuff. And I think I'm going to call that a day for now. I'll build a fishery, too, so they can process these fish.
Yeah, I need the fishery.
5x5 rooms with stockpiles around the workshop. Yeah, that's pretty efficient. Um, the 5x5 around it is kind of like, all right, there's a question between efficiency and how you want something to look. I've made some really efficient but god ugly rooms, and on the other hand, I've made some really pretty but god awful inefficient rooms. No, workshops can't be changed size. They're always 3x3, but you can build a bigger room for them to go in and stuff, or around, or you can build more than one of them. Like, I could build like 50 carpenter shops and just churn out doors if I make all my doors carpenters or something.
And
Um,
you wanted to make you turn your precious wood into doors for some reason.
you know what I mean. So, oh god, what just happened? Oh, my desktop changed. What am I doing?
Much more important.
Oh, I'm gonna make a wood stockpile in here actually while I'm in this room, just to get my logs in here, so I don't have to walk very far. The reason you want to make a stockpile near your workshop is so that like your crafter doesn't have to walk a million miles to get their stuff. It just saves time and it saves energy. So let's see what happened here. I have a crafter's workshop. I could build wood stuff because that's all we have. Make crafts. Wooden crafts are pretty much the number one way for you to turn your miscellaneous, I'm sorry, rock crafts. Wood is far too valuable to make on crafts. Um, crafts are a pretty good way to bootstrap your economy. Like you spend a year with one guy doing nothing but just making hundreds and hundreds of tiny stone ocarinas or something. Crafts are weird because they're always random items. They're like weird random pieces of jewelry or toys or strange things. I don't know. Um, but it's a good way to bootstrap your economy because you can start making those and then just sell them by the crate to caravans. What I am going to do straight off is I'm going to build 7 beds so everyone has a bed. Oh, I can't do that here. I'm sorry. I have to wait for the carpenter's workshop to be done. Then I'm going to build a bunch of beds. And then once I've built a bunch of beds, I'm going to build a bunch of bins. And I will explain to you the importance of bins. Because Lord, are they important. And oh, good, he's designing the bridge. That's good. This guy won't be trapped here forever. Oh, I got a lot of bees on this map. That's exciting. Bees are nice. They're very useful. Beeswax serves no purpose but for crafts. It's still pretty cool. I don't think wax is worth very much, but like you may as well do something with it. And you get honey and royal jelly, both of which can be eaten, or you can make honey into mead, which is a fancy way to make yet more booze.
Dwarves do like a variety of foods.
They do. The more kinds of food you have, the happier they are. The more kinds of booze they have, the happier they are. I'm going to dig some more rooms out real quick because I have some idlers and I need to get... and I've got this dirt layer, so I'm going to use some... Make the bees into weapons. I'm going to make some farms because I like farming. Some people hate it. I enjoy having some farming. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to build some like random crap over here. I'm going to build a hallway down here and just...
Don't forget you have to muddy the ground.
What?
Don't forget you have to muddy the ground.
No, you don't. It's dirt.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This is a very important thing in farming. If you embark someplace with no soil, you're going to have to either grow crops above ground and only above ground.
Actually, you sure about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll trust that you're the farmer. I thought you still had to muddy it.
No, you don't. You have to muddy stone. If you have dirt of any kind, soil, if you have sand or loam or clay or soil, as long as you've dug a hole out, what you can do is just farm right on it. Like right here, if I do B, in order to build a farm, it's B for build and then P for farm plot. You can see underground, I have no error messages. If I try to do someplace else, you know, see it says no mud soil for farm. If I do it on stone, stone needs to be muddied. You need to drop water on it somehow, which is a pain. Um,
But
if
also
you,
fun.
but also fun. If you do it outside, it gives you the same message, but you don't actually need to muddy it because it's just dirt. Um, I don't know if mud improves anything or if it's just required for dirt. Now, what is this question about not having seeds? The way to get them to stop spamming you about not having seeds is to have more seeds. That's not to be a smartass, but that's it. The
And you
only
can get
way,
more seeds by gathering plants, which
yeah,
is tricky if you're underground because you can only get underground seeds
yeah.
from the cavern.
The trick to it is to be careful not to use up your seeds doing things other than planting them. If you get one of the crops you can make is a plump helmet, which is a type of underground giant mushroom, I guess. Um, and a plump helmet can either be brewed or cooked or eaten raw. If you eat it raw or you brew it, it produces seeds. If you don't, if you eat, if you cook a plump helmet, it does not produce seeds. And there are certain other plants that if you process them in one way but not another, they will or won't produce seeds. How do you really get your crops to multiply? The way I do it is to build a whole bunch of farms and just farm them all. I'm gonna dig a room here and I'll show you my farming method. Oh, good. It's a nice even space. I have a hallway. I don't like hallways. Hallways are gross. Spawn our seeds, correct. Yeah, there's plump helmet and then a plump helmet spawn. Plump helmet spawn is a seed. You can make separate stockpiles for seeds and plants, by the way, which is useful um, when you're like, you know, trying to get things done. Oh, good. The carpenter's workshop is done. I'm going to make some beds quick. I'm going to queue them up here. So you hit Q to highlight your workshop and then go through it. Oh, excuse me. And you can use the plus and minus keys to go through the list of items, and you can use slash and asterisk to page up and page down through it. So I'm going to build a bunch of beds. The hotkey for it is B. So I'm just going to build 7 beds here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dwarves don't need their own rooms, and they don't need their own beds, but it makes them happier. Yeah. Dwarves will all, they don't all sleep at the same time, so you can have one room with a bed in it, and eventually eventually everyone will sleep. But they're not happy about sharing a dormitory. Yeah. G is for, well, actually, yeah, B is for beds. It's for building a bed in a room. So I'm going to build some farm plots. Now, some people... What?
Look at all those thirsty dwarves.
Oh, yeah, you see those blinking blue arrows? That means they're thirsty. And they're in the food storeroom because they're grabbing a barrel and upturning it over their faces to drink. Because dwarves don't believe in mugs except as trade goods. I don't know why. So I'm going to let them do that so they can finish taking all this dirt out of this room. They're taking a while to drink. Come on, guys.
Hey.
I guess. Oh, good. The bridge is up. Yay, fish. I don't have a big enough food stockpile. I'm going to have to... I'm going to really get rid of all of these spaces and then rebuild them, so... Well, that's not a bad idea. Turn each room into a grave after they die. Deconstruct the furniture and build a coffin in it. It's not a bad plan.
Take the whole first downward.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea. Usually I build these big, what's the word I'm looking for?
Eyesores?
Yes, but you know what I mean. Catacombs. That's the word. Crypt. Catacomb. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to build some farms. I like to build 3x3 monocrop farms. It produces way more crops than I can... Mausoleum's also good. It produces way more crops than I can actually consume or pick. The alternative is I build a giant 10x10 farm, which is silly.
Yeah, that's as big as they get.
Yeah, that's the biggest farm I can build right there.
There's
And
not enough dwarves to farm that.
I don't understand why. Like, it would be really useful, but it makes your entire fort run to it to fix it. So it's like, I'm not gonna bother. I like building 3x3 monocrops. It's just how I play. There's no particular benefit to it, but I enjoy doing it. So I'm gonna build a
It's an
couple of
efficient
these.
size.
What?
It's an efficient size.
It is. I like 3x3 rooms because they're even and efficient, and if you hold shift to dig out spaces, it gives you the space with one walkable hallway between each plot, which is cool, if meaningless. And I think those are all. I think there are seven underground crops. I want to say.
Certainly doesn't forget how much.
I think it's seven. I think that's exactly the number of crop farms I need to plant everything. And I'm probably going to start an above ground crop also because I have a whole bunch of seeds from those plants I gathered earlier. There's some fish rotting out in the sun. Oh, because I don't have any more food stocks. So I'm just gonna expand my food stockpile. What'd you say?
You need more stockpiles.
I do. I don't have enough space. I need to just dig some holes. I'm actually going to set up my diggers to dig, my miners to dig some more. What FPS? I'm capped at 100, and that's what I'm running at unpaused. Yeah. My rig is my machine is a little beefy. If I've set the cap to 1,000 just to see what it runs at, and on Embark, if I don't have a river or anything and it's a flat space, I can get like 700. It's stupid. It's actually dangerous because it goes an entire season before I can save, before I can pause. So it's not a benefit at all. um, I can handle some pretty crazy um, frame rate though. Sometimes I do. Usually I play at about 200 capped. Oh, it looks like I'm hitting a stable 98 because I've got this river running off, and probably because of the obsidian collapse earlier. Probably did a hit on my frame rate max. Oop, I have another interruption by fish. If you press the letter A, it brings up a list of announcements, all those things at the bottom of the screen that come up. And you can zoom to stuff, and it tells you about the weather, it tells you about people canceling orders. It also tells you about things like babies have been born, or masterpieces have been made, or crazy people are out, or goblins are trying to kill you, which is always important. I should probably start going down so I can get some rocks. I think that's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to descend here. I'm going to dig some stairs. So stairs come in three varieties. They come in upstairs, downstairs, and up-downstairs. Up-downstairs mean that in one space you can go vertically up and also vertically down, and in the space you're in. Upstairs you have to build a matching downstairs above, and downstairs you have to build a matching upstairs below, and up-downstairs you have to build a matching whatever above or below, whatever matches, or another up-down. Did that confuse everyone?
A hole in the floor, and upstairs is like a spiral staircase.
Yeah.
And up-down comes complete with the hole in the floor.
Oh god, 1300 FPS. That's scary. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh god, what happened? What in God's name did I just do? Okay.
You made everything worse.
I did. That's what I do. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so I'm gonna dig some up downstairs because I'm not gonna dig some upstairs here because there's no point. So I'm gonna dig some downstairs here, and I'm gonna dig a 3x3 stairwell because they're really useful. They're really big, and it's kind of crazy big, but oops, wrong button. The hotkey for up down stairways is I. I don't know why. They're really big, but it means that if like a bunch of people try to go downstairs all at the same time, they don't all get in each other's way. So the dwarves will get to mining that eventually. And in the interim, come on guys, do stuff. Now we play the waiting game. There we go. Now I don't understand how a sand staircase works, but I'm not going to question it. So it looks like there's more dirt below here, so we're going to have to keep going down until I find some stone. That's why I'm building the shaft. I want to find some rocks.
Yeah, you can designate three-dimensional
You can! I did not know that until earlier today, and I'm really excited about that. That makes building a shaft much, much easier. A word of warning, if you build a shaft, an exploratory shaft, pretty deep, don't build it more than one wide, because there's a chance you might breach a cave. And if you breach a cave with like a 3x3 staircase, you're probably going to end up actually like digging right into the side of the cave where things can run up your stairwell and eat you. So be careful when digging.
You are digging too deeply, too greedily.
Exactly. Oh, good, rocks. I've stuck lapis. Oh, that's exciting. Where? Liars. That's Gabbro. Oh. Oh, it's the next floor up. There we go. Lapis. That's cool. Floor hatches are your best friend, except that certain creatures have a tag called Furniture Destroyer, and they will actively seek out your doors, floor hatches, and anything else you have, and just rip them apart. Which is hilarious, but, like, terrifying. So good. It looks like I have some rocks. Ooh, shiny rocks. Is that metal? I think that's a metal ore. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe that's nickel.
Oh, alright. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress made me better at metallurgy. It's kind of scary. So, this is one of the things I like about this tile site. You can see this is clearly sand still. Or, oh, it's white sand even. Fun. And below that, now you know it's rock because there's this little dot in the middle and a different texture. And below that, these things that look like little diamonds with a little blue thing over it, I don't think you can make out that texture in the res I'm broadcasting. But it looks like a gem. And if I go down to the metal ores here, they look like 3 little dots of a certain color, and that's a metal ore. Some of them look like asterisks, and that's a different kind of metal ore. So it's cool. It's really helpful to be like, oh, this is metal. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to dig a hallway down here and another giant friggin' room. Because A, I want more rocks, and B, I can use, use this space. Yeah, you build a floor hatch above the floor you want to knock off. Building a floor hatch prevents creatures from moving using that staircase, I think.
It's basically a door, but...
Yeah, but it's a vertical door.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a bunch of idlers. What are they doing? Stop that.
Nothing. That's why they're idle.
The crafts dwarf and the leader are doing nothing. So I'm going to set up the crafts dwarf to do something. What is useful in here? Nothing? Nothing is useful because it's craft. Okay, fine. Be that way. I'm going to set the craft dwarf to have field farming for the moment. Just so I can get my crops planted. Alright, so now I have some of these crops planted. I'll show you the interface for farming. There are 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and fall. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Yeah! Seasons, anyway. And then there are a bunch of crops you can plant that are different each season, unless you're above ground. So, the number 1 crop dwarves consume are plump helmets. They're brewable, they're consumable, they're growable year-round.
And they grow quickly.
And they grow very well. Everything takes a season to grow.
Compared to everything else, they grow very quickly.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah, I believe they're the fastest growing plant.
I believe that. The others, let me see here. Dimple cups, yeah, they are shrooms. They love their shrooms. Um, dimple cups are used to produce syrup. I think they're also edible on their own. Quarry bushes are used to produce flour, I think. I don't remember. No, rock nuts. Yeah, I don't remember what they're for. Wine? Oh yeah, mushroom wine. And sweet pods are also syrup. I don't know. These are all food crops anyway. If I go to summer, you can build cave wheat and pigtails. Cave wheat's for flour. I'm sorry. Pigtails. What?
Sorry.
Yeah. Pigtails are used to produce fiber. You can make clothing out of pigtail rope, basically. And then I think that's all the crops. Yeah. So I'm gonna let them finish making all of these. Yeah. I'm gonna let them finish making all those, and then I'll set them up as monocrops. In the interim, I'm going to change some of my stockpile. Oh, they're still not done carving these. What fun is that? Let them carve. Let's see. Here's the stock screen. I don't have a broker yet. I'll talk about that later. How about we set up that real quick? If you press the letter N, it brings up the nobles and administrators screen. By default, you have a expedition leader. Later on, once you get some number of dwarves, that becomes a mayor, and your expedition leader becomes the mayor until the mayor is elected. He doesn't do anything by default, really.
You've got people run to him if they have a problem.
Yeah, people go to him if they have a problem. The mayor sometimes does other things, and we'll talk about that later. Militia commander, kind of self-explanatory. The sheriff. What does the sheriff do that the hammerer does not?
The sheriff is basically the person who's more in charge of the judicial system, so he's more in charge of imprisoning dwarves. Hammerer is strictly executioner.
Well, not executioner. He just punches people.
Yeah, it's a death sentence. It's one of those like trial by fire things.
Yeah, and then there's a manager,
if God
which
says that you're really innocent, then being hit with a hammer 50 times won't kill you.
that's kind of what the hammerer is. Yeah. Then the manager is responsible, which usually I make the expedition leader, is responsible for blah. You can give orders for things to be produced globally instead of per individual workshop, and the manager is responsible for disseminating those orders.
It's also useful if you want to make things in bulk.
Yes.
Saying, make a bed, make a bed, make a bed. You can make 30 beds.
Yeah, and 30 is the maximum number for some reason. I don't think anyone's really sure why. It just is.
It's one of those things where I believe, because it takes a little bit of time for them to write the order, and I believe each order takes more time based on how big it is. So it's probably like a practical limit. If you need to make more than that, you can make multiple 30 slot or orders.
No, I didn't know about that. All right.
It's one of those things that doesn't really come up very often.
Yeah, well, I kind of use the manager to order vast quantities of booze at a time.
Yeah, I get rock blocks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good point. That's a good idea, actually. Anyway, then you have a chief medical dwarf, which you need in order to diagnose anything. The chief medical dwarf approves all orders, and I think he does all diagnosis, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does all the diagnosis. So
Pretty sure.
you need one of them, or else your military falls apart. You've been watching this for an hour. We've been doing it for 2 and 20. Then you have a broker and a bookkeeper. The broker, probably your expedition leader, doesn't have to be, just ends up being that way. Should be somebody with appraise and judge of intent. And your bookkeeper should be somebody with record keeper, but they'll figure it out eventually. Now, you see when I assigned the expedition leader as the manager position, the word require there lit up in red. That means that he has some kind of thing he needs to do in order to do his job, or to be happy doing his job. Like the mayor requires a bedroom and his own personal space and stuff. And if you don't give it to him, he gets very, very upset. So if you click enter while looking at that, it shows you what the requirements are. He needs an office. A meager office. A meager office means that you can take a single table and put it in the middle of, like, the dining hall, and he'll be okay with that. He can do his work there. And an upset sober dwarf. Yep. And the other thing you want to take a look at is, in Bookkeeper, you can change his settings with the letter S here. And it brings up the Bookkeeper settings in what precision. What?
The only use I've ever had for significant digits outside of that one chemistry class.
Yup. Yup. What happens is that the higher precision it is, the more digits that your dwarves will know. Yeah. The higher the precision, the more numbers they will be able to estimate how much stuff you have to. So at the lowest precision, if you have 7,000 of something, they'll call it 8,000. At the highest precision, if you have 1,438,832, it will list exactly that many items. And every single one of them. This is useful when you want to know how many meals you have left before your entire fortress starves to death. It's also just damn helpful, especially because once someone does it to the highest precision, it will remain precise for the rest of time. I'm not sure why. There's like some kind of quantum bookkeeping happening. I don't know. Dwarves are the best accountants. What'd you say?
He's recorded everything the fortress has and ever will have.
That's about right. I just set things to medium usually, unless I need it to be higher, and then eventually I'll build a table or something. Do I have a mason's workshop yet? No. So I'm going to build a mason's workshop. Up here, over here, probably. Out of whatever I have available. And what I'm going to do, actually, is build a stockpile for rocks next to him. So he doesn't have to move all the way across the fortress to grab... excuse me, to grab a rock.
So it'd be a good time to build a wheelbarrow.
This would be a very good time to build a wheelbarrow. I forgot about those. Where are they? Wheelbarrow. I'm going to build like 3 of them. Wheelbarrow...
The more calling things is that they actually carry them. For the most part, this doesn't really matter. When you're calling boulders as big as you are, it would slow you down very much to try and do it by hand. The wheelbarrow lets them move at a reasonable speed while they carry it.
Yeah, it definitely helps. If you build a minecart and set up that whole system, you can move stuff with almost 0 effort, but I honestly don't. I haven't fiddled with minecarts much, and it's been a year.
Yeah, you see that's what was dwarves would be calling the stone back up.
Yeah. I just set my wagon to be removed, because the wagon serves no purpose except to be a space where people can steal stuff from. So I'm going to take that apart now, and then they'll disassemble it and move all the parts back inside. Oh, I'm going to talk about zones real quick. So the letter I creates a zone, and a zone is used for stuff like... that's a big zone. I don't want to make it that big. Alright, I'm going to make it this big. That's a zone. A zone is used for water sources, fishing preference, garbage, animal pens, pits or ponds, sand or clay collection, meeting areas, although I've never understood why you would make a meeting area a zone and not base it on a dining room or a chair.
It's for if you don't already have one of those set up and you suddenly need to collect all your work in one space, because those will naturally accumulate in meeting areas. So if you got migrants before you built a meeting hall, you can stuff them to that area.
Gotcha. And then hospital zones, which have to be set up and then filled with stuff to be useful, and animal training zones, where animals will be trained in that zone. So I'm going to make this a pen/pasture, and then if you hold Shift-N, it'll let you assign animals to it. And I'm just going to go through and assign all of these animals to this space. And what that means is that all of these animals will stay in this space and only in this space, unless for some reason they're scared off and then someone will have to come and drag them back. Um, and that's useful because it lets them, it keeps them from wandering around and standing in your common areas. Because if you don't give them a pen, all of your stray animals will stand around in your dining hall, basically, and be
So hang on,
useless.
meeting hall like any other
Yeah.
work.
I'm also going to make this a training area, because you can make zones more than one thing. I'll make it an animal training area and a pen pasture. And then eventually when a dwarf has free time, he's going to go over there and just drag an animal to it. I'm also going to put in that zone a farmer's workshop. A farmer's workshop does 3 things. You can process plants, meaning you can take like rope reed and turn it into fiber. You can produce cheese from milk, and you can produce milk from animals that are milkable, and you can shear animals that are shearable, like for wool. So, and to prevent the annoying spam of canceled orders, because your dwarves have because your dwarves can't drag the animals out of their pen in order to go get sheared, because it creates a staggering number of error messages for no well-explored reason. It's silly.
Well, the way the game works is that it generates jobs as they happen. So when the animal is not uh, in the zone, it generates a job, drag the animal back to the zone. But some of the dwarf already has it, so he can't do it. And he lets you know that he's upset about that.
I should build some beds, because my dwarves are sleeping in the booze stockpile right now.
Yes, they are.
You can't turn the milk into alcohol.
It's probably a good time to zoom in on their thoughts and see what they think.
Oh, that's a good plan.
Oh,
Whoops, I didn't want to do that. I didn't do it. I apologize. I clicked the button. I didn't know what to do. I may have just dumped somebody out of the chat room. I apologize.
Good job.
I didn't do that on purpose.
You Nazi. Censoring all free speech.
Whoops. Okay. Yeah, let's zoom in on their thoughts. If you zoom in on somebody with V and then press Z, it'll bring up what they own and what they have. And then if you press Enter, it'll bring up all of their thoughts. Monk, you want to talk about that? I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
So this is basically the same screen we saw at the beginning when we were peeking in on what they like, except now we actually have more information because they're doing things. So you can see the top area there is his thoughts. The first line is always his mood. This guy's been ecstatic because he's extremely happy, even though he slept in the dirt recently. Actually, no, there's the reason he's ecstatic. He's got a girlfriend. Good for him. And then he was upset because he was caught in the rain, and he was upset by not being able to sit anywhere. But he's pretty happy that he has things to do and he's not just bored all day. Okay. Oh, and he's annoyed by flies. There must be flies somewhere. We don't have cats to kill the flies. So the big thing there is when you want to know what your fortress needs, it's very useful to just look at some dwarves and look at their thoughts and see at a glance what they need. So we can see this guy, he slept in the dirt. We need some more beds because he's unhappy he's sleeping in the dirt. He doesn't have a place to sit. There's no chairs. We could really use a dining hall. The relationship screen you can see below that also mentions that now he has that new relationship where he's romantically involved with some other dwarf, which when that goes back you can zoom and see what that dwarf thinks as well. And I think that's pretty much all that is different from before. For the most part, their skills can change over time, but it tends to happen slowly. Their physical skills can change if they're doing a lot of training. You'll notice that if you when you create a military and they're all doing things, they have physical activity a lot, and their physical stats go up. If they loll about in sloth, eating nothing but cheese roasts, they get fat and slow. But, you know, exciting. How bad are you guys? This is what Matt didn't know earlier, in that they actually get fatter over time as they eat, because that's a little bit unbalanced right now, which is always exciting. Kind of an ugly dwarf. Very short eyebrows.
What I miss?
Dude, this guy has a girlfriend. Check it out.
Oh, does he? That's exciting. Slept in the dirt recently. New romance. That's exciting.
We need bedrooms and we need chairs.
Annoyed by flies.
We need cats.
Yeah, I need... Oh, look, he's actually romantically involved and a worshiper of Morbam. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird, like, procedurally generated deities. I don't know what purpose they serve.
That'd be cool. The gods are almost... At this point in the game, they don't do anything.
Except curse you.
Well, yes.
Arbitrarily.
Do that during play.
Some of them curse you arbitrarily, and it's pretty funny.
They only exist as a reason for bad things to happen.
Alright, so here's something I'm going to order right now. I'm actually going to order the construction of a bunch of bins. And I'm going to do that using the manager menu, so I can show you off the manager menu. So you press the letter J, it brings up the list of all the current jobs that have been ordered by the game and because of what you've done. Like there's a fishing job that's just on all the time because you have a fishery, and fisheries always generate the job prepare raw fish. There's a digging job because I've marked something for digging, you know, that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is hit M for manager, and it brings up the job manager. Now, right now it's empty because I haven't ordered any jobs. If I hit Q, I can queue up a new order. So what I'm going to do is type in what I want to do. I mean, I can search the list of literally every possible action in the game here, or I can type in something as a search. So I'm going to type in bin, and I'm going to type in wooden because cabinet has the word bin in it, in cabinet, so it comes up. I type wooden, and I get wooden bins. I'm going to make 10 of these. Just hit enter, type in the number, hit enter again. And then what's going to happen is, if my manager had a table to work at, he would order the construction of this, but he doesn't have a table. So I'm going to build a table first, as soon as a stonemason gets around to building that. And he is. Okay, good. Sometimes they take a while to get around to doing the one, too. There we go. Mason's Workshop. So I'm going to build a table. And then I'm going to build a whole bunch of thrones. Throne and chair are interchangeable words. Only wooden chairs are chairs. Everything else is a throne. Excuse me. Everything else is a throne. So I'm just going to build a whole bunch of thrones because we're going to need chairs. And they get very upset if you don't build a bunch of chairs.
Everybody likes to sit down.
They do. I mean, who doesn't want to? Who wants to just stand around and be that guy? Oh, hey, the manager doesn't need a table to order things.
No, he just needs a chair.
He doesn't have a chair.
He doesn't have a chair.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't need to. You don't actually. He doesn't actually need an office until there's more dwarves. Right now, there's still a few enough dwarves, and he's just like, hey, you, Fred.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you could do that. That's cool. All right, so my farms are done. I'm going to set up my farm. I'm going to do that thing where I monocrop because I'm a terrible person. So for every season when I can produce it, I'm going to make dimple cups, and the off season that I can't, you can make dimple cups year-round, evidently. So forget that. So this one, quarry bushes. Any season I can produce quarry bushes, I will. Winter, I can't, so I won't bother. Sweet pods, same thing. I can't produce sweet pods in this season, so I won't bother producing anything in that season. Yes, I know this is inefficient, but I don't care. What are we on? Pigtails? And I think, now that's just plump helmets, right? Now, one of the things you can do if you monocrop like this is on the off season, for whatever you're not currently producing, you can just set it to make plump helmets. That also generates a tremendous number of plump helmets, but it runs you the risk of having a like summer when there are no plump helmets being produced, and that's not okay. So I'm going to cancel this farm on the bottom because it turns out I don't need it. There are only 6 underground crops. And then I'm going to fill that space with the seed stockpile so they can just dump all their seeds there and then run them straight into the farm. Why don't I have a cloth stockpile? What's happening? A lot of cloth sticking around that I can't use. Oh, now there's a bin. Okay, so the reason I ordered these bins to be built is because in a stockpile you can only put one item in each space unless you have a bin. Then you can put 10 items in that bin in that space. So right now, if I look at it, I have a rat here. That's no fun. I have a cloth bin, or rather a bin of cloth bin. The bin is made out of cedar, hence cloth bin, parentheses, cedar. And then if you look at it closely, it tells you what's in it, all of these things. The weight of it, it's 12. I don't know what that symbol means. There's a unit for it, but I don't remember what that unit is. It's some strange thing. And then a basic value of 50, and then you've got this little star icon. And the universally agreed upon name for the currency in the game is Dwarf Bucks.
Dwarf Bucks.
Cuz. You don't know what the unit for weight is in this game, do you?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think it might be metric, so it would be a kilogram, but I'm not
Yeah, I know it's not
urists.
urists.
Something arbitrary in game.
No, it's not urists, because that's temperature.
Yeah, that's temperature.
Yeah.
There's no relation to any temperature system in real life.
No, not at all. It's a really weird temperature scale. Like, what is it, like 12,000 is the freezing point or something?
Yeah. It's like Kelvin, but more absurd.
it's Kelvin, but it doesn't start at 0. It starts at like 4 infinity or something. So I'm going to dump some beds in this room so my dwarves aren't super upset about living like they are. Oops.
Because stone is swag.
That's about right. Also, this music you're hearing in the background is the music inherent to the game. It's one piece of flamenco guitar music, which I think lasts about 30 seconds and is just looped forever. One of the other things I'm going to need right here are actually doors. So I'm going to order a couple of rock doors. I'm going to order 10 of them because you always need doors. And if I make this room a bedroom right now, by hitting Q, highlighting the bed, and then R to make it a bedroom, and then I hit plus or minus to change the size, I can set it, I can make it a dormitory, and that'll make dwarves sleep here as a public bedroom. I can also name the room, which I've never done before, because I've never found any reason to list rooms by name, but I know there's a button to do it. It's marginally helpful, actually, but I've never found it useful. Like I can see.
It only really becomes useful in a very well-developed fortress.
Yeah, when you have multiple parts of the building and public bedroom. Yeah, it's a dorm. I'm just gonna call it dorm. I'm creative.
Dorm.
East wing.
And then we wanna go.
So that guy's building some more doors. I've got a couple of thrones and chairs and tables. That's good. What? Oh, you're the animal pen. That's what that is. Oh, right. Duh. I need nest boxes so my turkeys can lay eggs. Dwarf Fortress University. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Nest boxes. Where are you? You're in the craft dwarf's workshop, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Wood nest box. What?
Nothing.
Anyway, I'm gonna build like 5 of them. I'm also running low on spare wood kicking out. Oh, is it not saying I'm on that? I tried to do that. Tried to set it up my stream so that it told me what I was playing, but it gave me some problems. There we go. There we go. Update. Does it? Yeah, but there's an option for playing or not playing, and I don't know if it's on right now. Is that tag on right now? Because I don't know whether or not this update took when I clicked that button.
I don't think so, but what do I know?
Yeah. Because the option between edit and view sometimes doesn't keep me logged in and stuff, and then I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I've had some problems setting this up. It's the first time I've used this site, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Good, now I have doors. So I'm going to put these doors on this bedroom because without doors, sound carries really far. And if they try to sleep in there, they're going to be pissed.
Plus, the doors are nice. Every time they walk by, you're like, that's a nice door. I
Yes,
like that door.
but I don't think they're very nice doors because no one has any real skill in door making.
No.
Yeah, no, these are regular doors. I don't have anything fancy enough to display how that changes it, so we'll worry about that when the next season comes. Let's see. I've got some crops planted. You can see my crops are planted because they have a different icon now. They're in these nice little row things, which means there are seeds there, I guess. So I'm going to make a seed stockpile by going to food and hitting T to make a custom stockpile. Blah, 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 blah. No, well, whenever you make a custom stockpile, it uses the options you used last time. So where's food? Enable food. I'm going to... Now, custom stockpiles are weird. You can do all kinds of strange things to them. What I'm going to do is hit B to block all items inside food. And then I'm going to hit P on seeds to permit seeds, and only seeds. So now the stockpile I build is going to only accept seeds. And this way, whenever I get seeds, they'll go to that stockpile instead of being added to the regular food stockpile. In theory, anyway. I need to disable seeds from the other food stockpiles, really.
Yeah, that'd be the more efficient way to do it.
Yeah,
right now, both of them accept seeds. They will generally end up in the other seed stockpile because that's where they're ending up. But
yeah. Also, I need some bags to put these seeds in. I also have... Oops, I accidentally have metal in my stone stockpile, so what I'm going to do in stone is turn off metal ores. Because I don't want that in here. And I don't want economic stones in here either right now. Because,
economic stones have uses other than, I'm going to make a door out of this.
Yeah, and until I bump into a whole floor made out of marble, I'm not going to build anything out of it. It's just not a good idea. Same for clay, in case I want to make pots or something. So other stones is the only thing in there right now. And you're building doors still? Fine. So when you're done building doors, I'm going to tell you to make pots, because I have all this fish and they need to be in barrels. And I want to save my precious wood. And actually, I'm going to cut down some more trees, because I'm low on trees right now.
Need stiffen wood.
I'm sorry?
Nothing, making a crash joke.
Oh, God, yeah, you're right. I should brew things. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, check out your stocks.
Because we are close to dying. It's late spring. This is not bad. I still have some time. We haven't advanced very far. So here's the stock screen. I don't think we've stopped on it for a while now. Let's go through it. We'll start at the bottom, actually, because I'll talk about wealth a little bit later. It's weird. All right, so at the bottom there on the left side, there's food stores. The number to the right there, all of those are question marks because no one's bothered to actually do the stocks yet. No one's bothered to actually do the books because they don't have an office for them. But we have about 200 food items. And then it's broken down to meat, fish, plants, seeds, brewed drinks, and other. And other, I think, is exclusively... It's not exclusively cooked. Oh, it's also eggs, right?
Yeah. It's eggs, it's...
eggs,
fat.
Meals, and fat, I think.
It's a lot of things.
Does tallow count?
Yes.
Tallow counts. All right.
Tallow is rendered fat.
Yes.
Fat makes delicious meals.
Evidently. Which kind of makes sense. Although it raises interesting questions.
But fat in it.
Yeah, that's fun. I love those. I don't know how you make a dog tallow roast with dog tallow, and dog tallow as the ingredients.
Delicious. Hey, sometimes it has like a plum helmet seed in it. Like, yay!
They make people very happy, whatever. And on the right
Strawberries,
side
4 pounds
of
of
the
grapes.
screen, yeah, cooking is weird. On the right side of the screen, you have your population. There's a single number there, and that's the sum number of dwarves you have, including children. Then in that list, you've got it broken down by what they do. The left side is the regular professions. The right side is the military professions. The word lord in those professions mean they're like masters of that particular weapon. Or elite marks towards elite masters, or sword masters. They're different. But it also gives a list of trained animals and untrained animals. And on the top left is wealth. Um, there are two important numbers. There are three important numbers: created wealth, imported wealth, and exported wealth. Imported wealth is any of the stuff you start the game with and any of the stuff you buy from caravans.
Or
Um,
steel.
or steal. It's not an important number for anything the game cares about, but it exists. Um, exported wealth counts anything you've sold, or I think does giving to caravans count too? I'm not
I
sure.
believe so, yes.
Yeah,
Anything
okay.
that leaves the map.
Oh, that's it. Anything that leaves the map, including things that are stolen from you, counts for it. It is important because at a certain exported wealth, um, the dwarfs of the mountain home start caring about you more. And your created wealth is important because
No.
at a certain amount of created wealth, meaning things you've made in the fort, whether you sold them or not, just that you have at some point made them. Um, at a certain point, it triggers goblin invasions. And
or anyone doesn't like you. Kobold thieves, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Dragons.
Yeah, but at a certain
Like,
threshold,
nice things.
yeah, at a certain threshold, the rest of the universe will care about you and try to eat your stuff. And across the top of the screen, we have animals, kitchen, stone stocks, and health. And later on, there'll also be a justice one there once we get like 20 dwarves and a mayor.
Or justice.
Animal stockpile gives you the list of animals. Um, and from this list, it tells you, first off, it tells you whether or not they're domestic, which is that D in the middle of the screen. And on the right side is the owner of that animal, meaning if they're a pet for somebody. If they're somebody's pet, they cannot be butchered because they're somebody's pet. Important thing to notice, cats are, you can't make a cat, put a cat up for adoption. A cat will adopt a dwarf and then become their pet, like on the cat's initiative. Which means that if you're not careful, you can get overrun with kittens. You may have heard the term...
Some crazy cat dwarf who won't let you kill them.
Yeah, just like real life. You may have heard the term cat explosion on the forums or internet somewhere. And of course, the resultant cat leather economy fortress, which you end up doing when you're just butchering kittens before they have a chance to adopt a dwarf, and then therefore become unkillable. You can find elaborate death traps for cats, but killing a pet makes the dwarf who owns them have bad thoughts, and unhappy dwarves go on a rampage. So... Yeah, unhappy dwarves create tantrum spirals, which I'm sure I'll have, although maybe not by the end of tonight.
It's pretty interesting watching tantrum spiral, because it's very much like watching a riot take place.
It's exactly like watching a riot. One guy gets upset and everyone else goes crazy. So, from this screen, you can either mark an animal for slaughter, or put it up for adoption by hitting enter, or train it. Now, I don't think I can train any of these animals in anything useful. Yeah, I can't war train my turkeys, which is kind of a shame. So I'd love that. Statues work pretty well for tantrum spirals, but not if you have a dwarf destroying the statues. That's not good. All right, let's see what's next. Your kitchen stockpile screen. This shows you how many of any given item you have, and whether or not you can cook, and whether or not you can brew them into booze. Seeds are by default turned off for cooking, so you don't accidentally cook them and then run out of food. Excuse me a minute. All right. What do we got? We got booze in here. We've got food. And you can see how we have prepared llama intestines. It's a very specific thing. It's not just meat. It's very specific parts of animals you end up with. All right. What else?
We must have a couple barrels of just llama intestines.
What'd you say?
We must have a couple barrels of just llama intestines.
It's kind of gross. The stone stockpile gives you the option of restricting stones for certain tasks. I must have marble available on the map, because otherwise it would be red right now. Stones in red are reserved for the tasks on the right side of the screen. Like, all of the flux stones are reserved exclusively for steel and pig iron, which is how you make steel. Obsidian is normally restricted exclusively for building, for making really crappy clubs, basically. You know, glass-covered clubs. They're okay, but I think they're still bugged. I think they still have the stats of... They have the stats of marble, so they don't actually hurt anything.
Well, some of those things they were bugged for a while, and they didn't have a set edge value, so they were monofilament.
Yeah, and then they got nerfed the other way when they fixed that.
No, it just lemons all that.
Ow! Bit my cheek. Okay. I did. I had to grab a piece of gum. My throat's turning into sandpaper. Then in the stock screen, it gives you a list of literally every single item in the map, whether you own it or not.
Yeah, that red number to the side specifically is items that are forbidden because they're owned by somebody else. Most likely somebody in the cabin. Or they may just be... Or they're used, sorry.
Yeah, they might be planted or half used or something.
That's what the seed does.
Yeah. Yeah. Like in the case of doors, I have 3 doors built. 2 of them are already constructed, and the other one's in a stockpile. That's why there are 2 red. Same thing with the beds. You know, it's all that stuff. Be careful when you get to the second page, because if you have a lot of stones, sometimes highlighting that option will lag the game for like 5 minutes while it tries to calculate every single stone in the game.
It's less of a problem than it was since stone drop rates got nerfed. It used to be able to, you'd like knock down a wall, and if your miner was good, you'd get a stone. So you clear out enough for river quarters, and you'd have several thousand stones you would have to account for.
Yeah, there were very creative ways of destroying rocks. I have a corpse. I think it's a lamprey. Alright. And then health.
Hit tab.
What?
That would be more detailed. And if there's only one, you probably know what it is.
Yep. Lamprey.
Yeah, it's a lamprey.
There's a dead fish skeleton in the north end of the river. Alright. Now health. In the health screen, it shows everything in the fortress, all of your forts and your animals. And this left side, this little division here, on the left side shows you what they need to have done if they have an injury. On the right side there will show you their symptoms and what's going on with them. It's pretty specific. You need diagnosis, cleaning, surgery, inoperable rot, which I believe is operated on by removing a limb.
Yeah.
Suturing.
It's more removing a layer of flesh, so the nose is rotting. You just lose all the muscle on your nose, but you keep everything else.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. It's kind of Civil War medicine. And you end up with a lot... I'm sorry?
Well, it's much fewer deaths for infection. That should be understood.
Yeah, that's true. And there are some really specific things that can happen. I mean, bleeding, heavy bleeding, severe blood loss, paralysis, part paralysis, numbing, fever, pain, overexertion, tired, stunning, drowning, winded, unable to breathe. That's if your lungs are removed. That's fun. Starving, thirsty, drowsy, nauseous, hungry, impaired vision, cannot fly. Cannot fly is reserved for animals with wings. Obviously, your dwarves don't ever get that condition. Um, Ligament bruising, tendon strains, overlapping compound fractures. It's pretty extreme in how detailed it gets. All right. Let's see. What are we doing now? I was doing something. Oh yeah, combat reports are hilarious. If we get into a combat here, I will show you the report. 3 pages is the maximum length a combat report will keep before it dumps the information. All right. There's a bedroom. That's good. I need to build a meeting hall.
Yeah, they do. Garden is a place to hang out.
I'm going to build an efficient but ugly meeting hall. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it and leave the space on the outside to walk. Because, yeah. So, dwarves have a strange idea of what is acceptable furniture. First off, furniture doesn't block them moving through a space except for statues and I think 1 or 2 other structures, but like a bed, a dwarf can walk through that space.
I believe tables do.
Tables, what? I think they can walk through tables.
I have to go through tables in the dark. Yeah.
It's a good point, actually. Dwarf cancels fertilize, needs potash. Oh well, I'll live. As soon as you have chairs, dwarves will grab the nearest chair to sit down and eat, usually. They prefer to eat if it's a dining room, but they'll sit anywhere, pretty much.
They also prefer to have a table.
Yeah, they also must prefer to have tables. Ah, you see my plump helmets are ready. I think they're still sprog. I don't think they're fully grown yet. No, I lied. They're fully grown. Man just grabbed one. All right, that's exciting. Damn it, guys. Move the 1 table we have down here already. Come on.
They'll do it on their own time. Hopefully you should build more tables if you only have 1.
What'd you say?
You should build more tables if you only have the 1.
I really should. So I'm going to go ahead and build a whole bunch of tables.
Tables and chairs are another one I'll frequently use the job manager.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm furnishing a dining room, all of a sudden I need a couple dozen.
Yeah.
You get more dwarves and you need even more than that, etc., etc.
Did I build those nest boxes? Did I do that? I don't remember if I did that. I don't think so, because I don't see them anywhere. I must have. I remember ordering it. I just don't see any. No, I can. All right. So I'm going to build some nest boxes. Nest boxes are required for birds to lay eggs. They just will not lay an egg if you don't give them a nest box to lay it in. I don't know why. I guess they just don't feel comfortable enough. I got nothing.
Needs to be homey.
Yeah, it's not homey enough. Do I need to build any of these? Oh, I'm going to build a still. Right. Because We have no access to booze right now, and we're going to run out, and then everyone will try and kill me.
And then we'll laugh at you for letting everyone die of thirst in a
Yeah.
tutorial.
Well, they won't die of thirst because I have ponds that don't freeze in winter, but they will be very upset.
Lack of booze can be a killer.
Huh? Come on. What are they all doing? Oh god, no one has brewing. I just realized that. Hmm. Medical dwarf it is. Okay. Why was he upstairs with the... Oh, I know why. I'm going to get rid of all of these ramps right here because the dwarves keep using them as a shortcut, and it's confusing me. It's just confusing me. It's unacceptable. Ugh. A lot of playing Dwarf Fortress is waiting. Just watching things happening, hoping they happen the way you wanted them to, and that everyone's not just crawling over dead. Because that happens. I'm going to order some pots to put these fish in. How do you feel about pots?
It's legalized now, right?
I
With dumb fish.
mean, as opposed to barrels or as opposed to non-rock pots.
Rock pots are good because you would always have 4 rocks than you have of anything else.
True.
You know, you had what, 129 layers of stone beneath you? Yeah, I think you got enough rock.
Well, I asked because I know, um, like I've made lead bins before because I had a ton of lead and no wood. And
Those
I
are
just made
very
a whole bunch of
flammable.
lead bins. And then I found out that lead bins are very, very heavy.
Yeah, especially when they're full up.
Yeah, of lead, as the case was. It was actually pretty funny.
The,
Leadception.
the rock pots will weigh more than a wooden barrel or a bin would, but it's not significantly enough that it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah. The difference isn't enough for you to care.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Especially since a lot of them will just end up sitting in a stockpile for a long time.
That's true, too. Do you remember what jugs are used for?
They're used in beekeeping.
Yeah, are they used for anything else?
Oh, they're also used as press for rock nut oil. So yeah, they're not very rock nut oil.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Instead of screw press.
It's used for oil. I should build one of those at some point, doing a quern. All right, so now I have a still. And I'm going to make a couple of drinks here. And as soon as somebody's free, as soon as my medical dwarf is free, and there's some brewable food kicking around, they're gonna grab that food, drag it over to the still, and produce booze out of it. Somehow, booze does not require water to produce. Riddle me this, Batman. All right. Miner? Like, what are they doing? Are they mining or are they just sleeping or something? Oh, good. There we go. So I have a table in here. I'm going to make this a dining room now. Dining room is also a meeting hall. You can or cannot do that. It's up to you. I like making my dining room a meeting hall because there's really no reason to have two separate rooms for it. And it's a giant dining room, so now it's instantly really cool, and all the dwarves love it. I don't really have to do any work to that to make it nicer. It probably doesn't have enough chairs, but... And I know it doesn't have enough tables.
Yeah, it has the one table and 4 chairs next to it, so if multiple dwarves are eating at once, they're going to complain.
I could probably stop farming, because this fisherman is really producing a lot of fish. Like, I have a lot of fish right now.
What do your stocks look like?
Oh, migrants! Yay!
Ooh, migrants, that's good.
So, occasionally, the game will... what is it, like, every season they have a chance to show up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Every season, migrants have a chance to show up. They have a better chance of showing up if you've been prosperous and made money. And they have a better chance to show up if you've exported money. And they have a better chance of showing up if nobody died.
Conversely, if people die, they're less likely to show up. And they'll let you know they're not showing up because people die at your fort.
Yeah, a message comes up that says, like, you know, no migrants arrived this season because of the danger. Migrants usually come in a little caravan with a bunch of them and some animals. So you can see a bunch of them coming in and said, oh, I got 3. That's boring.
The first wave, that lie.
Yeah, I definitely need to farm for booze, and I need to farm for cloth. But I mean, I don't need to farm for...
farmers.
What'd you say?
What professions did you get? All farmers?
I don't know. They immediately go to meeting hall and then chill there and do nothing. I got an engraver, an armorer, a weaver, that's nice, a farmer, I got a farmer, a weaver, an armorer, and an engraver. Yeah. So let's see, what are you actually good at? Oh, Novice Marksdwarf. I might make him a hunter.
Adequate ambusher.
Yeah. That's exciting. What else? The armorer is only an armor smith. That's good, though. Alright. I can deal with that. I might turn on furnace operating on him later, if we need to. I've got a weaver. What are you good at? Weaving and nothing else. Fine. I'm probably going to put on clothes making on him too, then. And just let him do both of those things. And what else do we get? A farmer. What do you do? Farming fields and milling. Alright, I'll put on plant gathering too so he collects crops. And shearing. Alright, cool. I guess. Okay, that's useful.
It says you're in the golden age. The game I've got going, everyone comes in with military skills. Goblin kills.
Yeah, we hope. I should put some animal traps so I can get these ravens. And then train them. I want an army of war ravens. What?
Ravens need to actually be in a cage. I'm not sure enough.
I don't know.
Too big to count as vermin.
I think they need cage traps.
Yeah.
Can birds end up in a cage trap?
I think they fly over it.
Yeah?
So they're tricky to catch.
Damn. Well, there goes that idea. Oh, evidently I'm out of plump helmet spawn. That's not a good sign. I'm out of seeds. So, I'm going to brew some drinks, because that'll free up a lot of seeds. In theory. One of the reasons you have to be careful of your stockpiles being too small is that if somebody makes something in a workshop, the thing they make hangs out in that workshop until it can be dragged either to a stockpile or to someplace where it's useful. And if a workshop is cluttered with too many items, it operates much slower. Or, well, I don't think it ever stops operating, but it never works well. You know, it slows way, way down. There you go, my checkerboard dining rooms. Ought to be enough tables. Speaking of tables, I'm going to make one of these chairs the expedition leader's office. So now I don't have to worry about him needing an office to do anything. There we go. Now I've got some pots. Got a bunch of crops growing. That's good. What are you doing over here? Nothing. What do I need from this guy? I'm going to build a quern. A quern is a hand-powered millstone. That's all it is. It's useful for making flour, what have you. I'm also going to build a loom and a clothier's shop up here because I got a weaver. Yeah, there we go. So now it's just a question of setting up your economy and building up certain things to do and to figure out how you want to build, how you want to play the game once you started to figure out the important things of how to survive the first year. Really, once you set up a farm for plump helmets and a still and a carpenter's workshop, once you have access to stone, wood, plump helmets, that's pretty much all you need to survive. And then after that, it's just try and expand in one direction or another and build bigger and bigger. You know, make sure you have bedrooms so they don't all get really pissy and explode.
Yeah, from this point on, it's making your dwarves happier, getting them nicer things, and surviving attacks as you have nicer things.
Oh God, the military. The military is very complicated and not at all simple, and one of the most convoluted menus I've ever seen in a game.
It's pretty convoluted.
Yeah.
It's incredibly flexible, but...
Yeah. Oh, actually, here's something before I forget about it. If you press O, it brings up the orders screen, which is all these default orders that dwarves all do all the time if they can. By default, dwarves, any random dwarf will grab an animal, any random dwarf will get food, any random dwarf will move furniture if they have the hauling labors enabled. M lets them mix food items as opposed to only using one kind of food when they eat it. You're better off mixing because they'll eat more, but they'll be happier. And really, running out of food is rarely a problem unless you're really running, skin of the teeth kind of operation. The important ones here are workshop orders, if you hold W and shift. I like to turn off, because by default, you automatically loom all thread into cloth. There are times when you don't want to do that, like if you have a hospital, you need thread for sutures. So I like to change it to use dyed thread, because then you can dye things, and then they'll only use the more expensive thread to do it. And you can set them up to use any cloth or dyed cloth. I don't really see a point in setting that up unless you're mass-producing valuable items. I just leave it on use any because it's more efficient to dye thread than it is to dye cloth. So I also like to turn off auto-collect webs because automatically collecting spider webs is a good way to get your dwarves eaten by giant spiders. It's a better idea to secure the lower levels of cat rooms first. Okay. Dwarf moods. Special moods are when you have a dwarf will go into special mood and then produce an artifact item. That's what that is. There are a bunch of different moods.
They're moody.
They're moody. I think they're called strange moods.
Yes.
And there are a handful of different moods that they can have. Some of them are more helpful than others. Some of them, they will tell you what they actually want, and some of them will be really roundabout about it, which is annoying. Oh god, I'm out of booze. Let me remedy this first. I'm gonna just queue up about 30 drinks, and I'm gonna queue up about 30 pots, and hopefully that'll keep my booze production stable for a while. Oh yeah, when you get a dwarf in a strange mood, he'll claim a workshop. If he can't claim a workshop, if like you don't have a workshop built that he needs, he'll eventually go crazy. If he can't find all the items he wants to make his artifact, he'll go crazy. But if he has all his items and he has access to a workshop, he'll then sit there and work like a crazy person. And yeah, they get an urge to make something, and they'll mutter the name of the artifact they're making. And eventually they'll finish it and come back to you and be like, you'll get an announcement like, such and such has made, and it'll be a weird name, an artifact magic, an artifact ring or an artifact harp, or if you're really lucky, you'll get an armor or a weapon or something actually useful, like a table. I got an artifact table the last run through that was nice. Because then it's more valuable, and you can make people very happy by putting fancy artifacts in their rooms. And that's how you get cool, weird artifact items kicking around. You can use them and you can sell them, yeah. The guy's surprisingly not very possessive of their artifacts.
But they will get 50 if you lose it.
If you lose it, yeah. I don't know if they get upset if you sell them.
I think they do.
I know you can sell them. Yeah, I know you can sell them. I don't know if they're happy about it.
I believe the item leaves the map, it counts as being destroyed, and
maybe. I have a hunter? Is he carrying a dead horse? Is that what's going on here?
Yep. Is that a horse?
Return kill. What is he carrying? Inventory?
Inventory.
Steel cross. He has a steel crossbow? Lucky bastard. Horse! This man is carrying a dead horse.
Huh. This person they just shot. Oh yeah, you found better horse.
Alright. The horse is fighting. Yeah, combat reports are interesting. Let me see if I can find the first one. I think this is in opposite order. Oh god. Oh, this poor horse. This horse was shot, and its muscles was torn, and then its gut was torn. So it spent the next
great deal of time,
page and a half, which has got to be like a minute or something, just lying there vomiting uncontrollably.
And you notice the dwarf only shot him once. After that, he just waited for him to die.
Oh no, the dwarf keeps shooting him. It's a waste of bullets.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Shot the horse, tearing the gut. Shot the horse, tearing the gut. Shoots the horse in the tongue. The flying bolt strikes the horse in the upper body, tearing muscle and chipping the spine. Chip the bone, tear the liver. Ah, there we go, the last one. Chipping the skull and tearing the brain. A tendon in the skull has been torn.
Ooh, headshot.
It took a while. Yeah, there's a lot of just stupidly detailed detail. What do they do with a dead animal?
Well, he's going to drag it to a stockpile, and then since you don't have a butcher's shop, it's going to rot.
Where is he going with it? I think he's going to eat it in the corner of the dining room.
There's no stockpile on here, right?
He just left a dead horse in the middle of the basement.
Here, guys, check it out.
What is that? All right, so I'm going to build a butcher's shop, and maybe someone will take care of it. I'm going to build a tanner's shop, too, so the hide doesn't rot. I'm going to have to enable those labors on somebody, though. I'm just going to leave him hunting, and I'm going to make the medical dwarf only brew now. Because we've got these extra people I don't need. I guess I'll make the armorer a butcher because he's not going to be doing any armoring for a while. Jeez. This is silly. Oh boy. So that hunter, I'll make him the militia commander, I think. And we'll talk about military some. How about that? Hunter, militia commander. So if you're at M, we bring up the military squad. Screen, I'm sorry. At first, it's very simple. There's nothing here. And then you create a squad. What? Creating a squad gives you. You know what? I'm going to change the uniform actually first. You can hit N to go to uniforms, and in uniforms there are 3 default uniforms: leather armor, metal armor, and archer. The archer is the metal armor, the leather armor one, but with a bow instead of melee.
Also a quiver.
And a quiver. Well, quivers comes with default when you have when you have a ranged weapon.
Oh yeah.
It's not specified. So one of the things I've always been annoyed with is you can't copy a uniform for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm just going to add a new uniform. And I'm going to name this, what am I going to name this? This is going to be Metal Armored Archers. So, you know what? I don't need a new one, come to think of it. I'm just going to change the Archer to have metal armor. Because metal is going to be better than leather, except that it makes you slower. And not just metal, I'm going to prefer steel, and then they'll wear any metal armor that's available unless there's steel, in which case they'll wear the better steel armor. And I could specify that rather than just any steel armor, I could specify that I want breastplates or that I want... I definitely want a steel shield. And actually, for the weapon, I want... first off, I want... I guess we want an iron crossbow. And I'll tell you why in a second. Because... Whoops. Oh, I know. Okay, whoops. Can't do that. Don't mind me. I'm a little confused here. Material crossbows. We want an iron crossbow because the material that your crossbow is made out of doesn't matter when you're using it as a crossbow, but a crossbow doubles as a hammer if you run out of bolts or if you run into melee. And warhammers are better the heavier they are. And iron is the best crossbow material you can get in terms of mass. Steel is much lighter than iron. So, well, not much, but it is lighter. So, now I have a uniform of steel-armored archers with iron crossbows, which is kind of a terrifying thought. And I could do things like, if I really wanted to, I could tell them specifically that I want them to wear a leather armor and a mail shirt and a breastplate and a robe. Like, you can really layer armor, like 10 layers thick. But the more armor you have someone wear, the slower they are, and it starts getting in the way of their own skills. And frankly, if steel armor doesn't stop something from killing you, nothing will.
No, sure it will. 3 layers of steel armor will.
I suppose that's true, but actually, I am a fan of giving everyone a cloak and a robe.
Very good. They cover a lot of the body.
Yeah, I'm a fan of leather cloaks. Because a cloak helps to deflect ranged weapons, actually, a little bit, at least in my experience. And robes cover
the entire body, including the face. each armor piece of armor only covers a certain area. So depending on the specific one, like a low boot will only cover your foot, say your ankle. A high boot will cover it to the knee. Your trousers cover your whole leg. It's one of those things you can get very, very in detail if you wanted to and make a perfectly optimized armor uniform. But going with just the default here is going to get you decent coverage.
Yeah. Usually what I do is I have a hammer dwarf set where they'll have silver war hammers and steel breastplates and steel mail and leather armor and steel hats and steel helms and leather caps and
You
like.
can't wear the leather armor and the steel armor and the breastplate at the same time.
Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry. You can wear mail and plates at the same time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
give
That's
like a leather vest.
yes. Yeah. Usually I just give everyone leather robes, and that's like the only clothing I produce in the fort. All of my civilians just end up wearing leather robes and nothing else.
It looks pretty funny.
It's gotta be. So now I'm going to create a squad in the new archer uniform, led by the militia commander. So what this does is it creates a squad immediately, gives that squad a name, which is randomly selected. Oh, you can rename them. That's new. I don't remember seeing that button ever before. Excuse me. Your first squad has to be led by your militia commander. You can then create another squad, which is appointed by your militia commander. I'm not sure why, but that's how it works.
Because that's what his job is.
Yeah, that does make sense. So the Barricaded Lanterns is led by the militia commander, who is my hunter. And I'm not going to put anybody else on the squad, actually, because I don't feel the need to right now. Probably in the next migrant wave, I'll add 2 or 3 people to this squad. And then we'll talk about training, and I'll build an actual barracks and stuff. But I'll go through some of this other stuff. Alerts. In the alert screen, you can set what alert there is. The left side is the alert status. Normally, the inactive is the civilian alert, and what happens is all of your squads are active in that, and usually that means they're just training in that time.
Basically, everybody starts as inactive. The civilians are inactive, all your squads are inactive. This is what happens when nothing's going on.
Yeah. And then you can set it to active training, and you can do all kinds of things, like make sure people don't leave certain holes, activate certain squads but not others. There's all kinds of weird things you can do about it. If you hit E, it brings up the equipment of individuals, not their uniform, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, and you also have the option with uniforms and armor to equip it over their clothing or instead of their clothing. There are certain benefits to doing it instead of their clothing, namely that then they're not bogged down by extra layers of stuff. Let's see, we did uniforms. Supplies. When you're... Why... Oh, it's ammunition separate. The dwarves in an active military group will not... If they're off doing something, they won't go home to drink or eat. They'll only eat or drink out of their pockets, basically, out of their stuff they're carrying. And you can choose whether or not they have water or booze, and whether or not they have some amount of food items. Usually I max out both of them so they can carry booze and 3 units of food. I think they need flasks to do it, though. I'm really not sure about that.
Yeah, they need a water skin or a flask to carry a drink with them.
Yeah. What do they need to carry food? Do they just jump it in their back pocket?
Backpack.
Okay. Do they have to have backpacks?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, alright. So I guess a note to self, build more backpacks.
Backpack.
No.
Yay!
In the ammunition screen, you can choose what ammo your hunters use. Like, that guy was using bismuth bolts, and bismuth is a metal that is annoyingly difficult to get. And frankly, I would never make bolts out of it because it's purple, and purple metal is rare, and it's just cool looking.
Purple!
But one of the things that you want to do, really, is set it so that they only use wood or bone bolts when hunting. Oops. Oh god, what did I do? Oops. Alright, there we go. so that way they won't use up your much more valuable metal bolts. Because a wooden or a bone bolt will punch right through you if you're not wearing any armor. But if you're wearing armor, they'll ding off you like nothing. So you want to save your metal bolts for combat when it's much more important. So for your squad, what I like to do is you turn off the default bolt setup for training, so they can use any metal bolt for combat, and then add a second one where they'll use only wood or bone bolts for training. This can have certain problems with if you grab your military while they're training and tell them to go run out for combat, because then they have to spend time switching ammo. But it's kind of worth it because bone bolts are crap. So, what do we got here? Schedule. So far, you have missed 3.5 hours. Don't worry, I'm going to try and... I'll probably cut this into 2 or 3 pieces, and I'll post them up on YouTube. Tomorrow, if I have the opportunity, or else Saturday evening. Right now, we're in military, and we're waiting on trying to make our fort stable. So, here's the schedule page. The schedule tells you when their dwarves are active in the military. A dwarf which is active all year round will become very, very unhappy because he'll never have time to take off his armor or sit down or, like, live in his own room. He'll just be, like, on duty all the time, and that sucks. So, also, if you build a barracks and tell them to train, they won't train unless they have the minimum number of soldiers to train with. By default, it's 10, which is a full squad. I've never seen a full squad of 10 actually all be in the same room at the same time. Monk, what do you do usually? 3?
I usually do 3 or 4. It depends on the squad.
Yeah.
Like if you have small squads, so there's only 3 or 4 people in the squad, leaving it at 10 minimum is fine because it defaults to the maximum number of people in the squad.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. And
Okay.
actually, one of the things when you're setting up military to train long time, it's been observed that if you keep your squad size small, they will train faster just across the board than they would if you had 10 people all trying to train at the same time.
Yeah.
Even if you only have, one person doing organized things.
You can only have... A dwarf can only be assigned to 1 squad at a time, which means that making a squad of 10 that you can command all at once and then breaking that squad into 3 separate squads for training purposes doesn't work. I've wanted to do that. I've tried. It's very sad. But you can't. So you're better off leaving squads of 3, sometimes 4. What I've seen usually is people divide their military into squads of 3. They leave the squads at 10, but they train with a minimum of 3. Yes, you can use training weapons in the floor. That is called a danger room. And as soon as the next migrant wave comes in, I think I'd like to set one up and demonstrate it, because that's fun. It's a really good way to level up your dwarves really, really fast. It's also a good way to level up your medics. Eventually your dwarves will fail a dodge and end up being stabbed. I'm not sure what the best training weapon to use is for that, but we'll come to that a little bit later. Right now...
I don't use them myself.
No, I don't usually, because it's too much of a pain for me to set up.
It's kind of exploity. It's
a little exploity, but it also totally makes sense. I mean, like, that's kind of what Marine training is like, in my understanding anyway. You know, they take a bunch of guys and shoot at them, and the ones that don't die get to be Marines.
It's a little more involved than that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to boil it down to a game. So, the thing I usually do for scheduling my squads is to leave them training for 2 months and then leave them off for 1 month. And then if you get 3 squads, what you can do is you set it up so that their resting periods are different. So there's always two squads training when one squad is resting, um, which helps keep everybody. You know, there's always somebody in the military rooms in the roles doing things. There are a bunch of orders you can give, which if you hit O, you have the option to defend burrows. I've never used burrows. I'm not really good at describing how they work. Um, you wanna talk about burrows for a little while?
A burrow is basically it's like a zone, but dwarves treat it a little differently. Basically, a burrow is a place where jobs happen. So if you can set up burrows and assign civilians to them, and they'll only take jobs that are generated inside that burrow. I don't do that very much myself. Mostly, I use it for the military with defending burrows. And what you can do is you can create burrows that say, you'll make a burrow around the gate, and you'll make a burrow around the entrance to the cavern, and
set them up as guard posts.
At the caravan, you can set it to the schedule. They'll automatically go and look at their weapons, and they'll stand there at the entrance, and you'll have entrance guards.
So you set them up as guard posts.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can also use them as quick response stations.
Yeah.
So if you say, goblins are on the map, you can set an alert that sends all your dwarves to the gates, all the military dwarves, so that they're already waiting when the goblins come, instead of just being in their barracks training or doing it manually.
Right, yeah. The civilian use of burrows is like you can set up a wing of your fortress that's like just masonry, and the masons live there and sleep there and eat there, and they never ever leave. Like I set up, once or twice I've set up a hospital burrow where there's an entire wing of my fortress that was one big hospital room, and then a couple of a wing for bedrooms where it was the doctor and a couple of full-time nurses and a couple of full-time doctors. A well, because you need a water source in there, excuse me. And of course a crypt.
Mm.
And it worked pretty well because really the people working your hospital had no reason to ever leave. So.
And that's an important distinction about burrows. It's not that they force the dwarf to be in the burrow. It's just that it keeps them from having a reason to be anywhere other than the burrow.
Mm-hmm.
So if things get bad and they're like dying of thirst and didn't lose in the burrow, they will leave to find water, or they might something else like that might happen.
Yeah. Or if monsters break in and start killing people, they'll run away.
Yes.
Yeah. It's useful because it keeps them from being assigned jobs that start outside the burrow. So, like, it'll keep your doctor from being called halfway across the world to move like a rock.
Right. Or if like somebody gets crippled on the battlefield and requests a diagnosis, he won't run out to the battlefield.
Yeah, that's helpful. I found hospital burrows to be one of the most useful uses of burrows. I'll set that up too shortly. I'm sorry?
It's one of those things that are very tricky. You can use it to automate your production, to only use certain stones, or to keep your skilled dwarves safe and let masons do the grunt work, like construct walls outside, things like that.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like somebody's finally dragging that dead horse upstairs. Yeah, I'll set up a burrow over here. I'll make a little hospital wing quick. FPS death. Alright, one of the most crippling parts of this game is that once you start playing for a while, you get a lot of people in here, and it crashes your frame rate way, way down real hard.
People and items, yes.
Yeah, there are a couple of good ways to avoid this. One of them is don't do anything involving water, because moving water just sucks processor power, because it has to figure out pathing for it. Be careful with animals, like cage as many of them as you can, because every time an animal moves, it has to, your game has to think about it. Kill your prisoners, don't keep them. Things like,
they're usually be in a cage.
Yeah, well, a cage prisoner is fine, but like murdered prisoners are better, because then they don't have to be thought about. If you rely on traps, don't use spinning blades, because spinning blades have a tendency to dismember things, and every body part has to be thought about separately. Whereas if you just crush somebody's skull, then they're just one dead body and that's it. Geneva Conventions. Yeah, no, I don't play Geneva Conventions. I build some really terrifying trap gauntlets usually,
I'm a
which
fan of
actually
fast
gets
turn
me
trips,
killed a
so
lot because I rarely have a military and I rely on traps. And when the monsters show up that are immune to traps, they sort of kick my ass. Pretty hard, actually. Um, I'm going to produce some... There was something I was going to build real quick. I don't remember what. I built a Corin already. Oh, if I'm going to build a hospital, I'm going to need some more beds. I'm going to need some coffers. A coffer is a stone chest. I'm going to need some cabinets. I'm going to need a bunch of tables. And I'll show you how a hospital is set up. And I'm going to need some more beds. So I'm going to set up a couple more beds over here. And I should have some cloth. So I'm going to set up some cloth bags too, because we're going to need some bags. I seem to be out of seeds. Yeah, I run out of seeds a lot. Quantum stockpiling too. All right. Quantum stockpiling is something I personally try not to do. The expression refers to there's a way to exploit the game where you take an effectively infinite number of items and shove them into one square. It's very effective. It's a good way of dealing with your FPS crashing because it keeps items in one spot. On the other hand, it's a little bit cheaty. The only way I use
not as
quantum...
much as the danger room, in my opinion. Gotta say,
What'd you say?
not as much as the danger room. I gotta say.
Not as much as... Oh, a danger room? Oh, I don't know
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that,
Basically,
because
quantum
a
stockpiling is
danger
designed in
room...
fact
I don't
that
know.
tiles don't have a set volume, so
What
you
did you
can
say?
have like 99 dragons in one tile.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my yaks are dying. Why are my yaks dying?
They're yaks, butcher them.
Yeah, I'm going to kill my yaks before they starve to death. Water buffalo, yaks, those kind of big animals, they die really easy because they can't eat nearly enough to keep them alive.
Well, they can, but
So,
they need absurdly large pasturage.
well,
So
I
you
gave them
really
large
can't eat
pasturage,
them.
but they're not walking.
They need a
They're like
bigger pasture than that.
standing there, being derpy. I don't think they eat bamboo. I think that's my problem.
Oh yeah, I don't think they bamboo either.
Because I have grass here, and I don't think they eat this kind of grass, and I think they're starving to death. So I'm just going to kill them and eat them. What was I just easily distracted by? Oh, quantum stockpiling. Okay. That's actually something I haven't built yet, is a refuse stockpile. A refuse stockpile is used to collect garbage, basically. Skulls, bones, teeth, hooves, hair, dead bodies. No, not dead bodies. Dead bodies are a graveyard. But rotting bits, anything that's garbage. So I'm going to make my refuse stockpile. I'm also going to make it a corpse stockpile because I'm that kind of guy.
Throw
And
the
I,
bodies on the garbage heap.
yeah, pretty much. Um, and here's the way I quantum stockpile. You create a zone in one spot of your garbage stockpile and make it a garbage dump. And then what'll happen is when they move refuse into that pile, if you dump it, they'll dump it into the corner, and then you can mark it for undumping, and they'll leave all that garbage piled up in an infinitely high stack.
Well, basically what happens is they dump it, and when they dump it, it becomes forbidden. And the reason that's useful for a garbage dump is because they stop thinking about it for pathfinding purposes. So if you have a bunch of stuff you don't need, they throw it away and don't think about it ever. But if you're using it for a stockpile, what you do is you unforbid it once it's thrown in there, and then you have a giant stack of things that can all use in one spot.
Yeah, it's useful. It kind of breaks reality to do it. Let's see. We have a question about underground trees. The way you get underground plants of any kind is to dig a hole in a dirt layer, and then underground plants will start growing in it. But if you want them in a stone layer, you have to muddy the stone first. So either dump water on it like a pond, or you have to do an elaborate kind of pump setup so you can dump water into the space. And I'm out of food space again.
Yeah, and you have to breach the caverns first, because they spread by spores.
Oh, that's right, you do. You have to breach the caverns to do it. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Once you breach the caverns, spores will drift up out of them
Yeah,
from the trees.
when I
Like Buck
say
said.
dump water, I mean you have to set up some kind of system to pump water out of stuff, and it's a pain. Um, water moving water is a pain. The only way I'm going to do it on this map is with this river. I'm probably just going to dig a hole someplace and let it pour into the underground. Um, yeah, you can do it with buckets.
Pond, sorry.
Yeah, you can do it as a pond zone.
Bucket grenades.
Yeah, with a bucket brigade. Kind of. Actually, I have 3 buckets. I have enough buckets. I should build a well, actually, especially if this is going to be a hospital. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to dig a well real quick, and you can see how to do a pond and stuff. Where's the best place for me to put this well? I'm going to put it in the back corner and not worry about what it's going to do to my the way I set up my building here. Oop. Am I out of pots? No, they're still making pots. They just make them slow. So what I just did is channel. So what they did is they dug out a space and then dug under it also. And the reason I dug out a too wide space is because sometimes dwarves are dumb and fall into the well, and then you need some way for them to get out. So,
yeah.
And what else I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a bigger space when I go down, so that way the well has some extra storage capacity.
Yeah, I had to make it at least 2 deep too.
Yeah?
Yeah, because then that way, instead of having muddy water that's sitting on top of mud, they draw from just pure clean water.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. That's a good plan. I'm going to do that. All right, so I'm going to channel out this space again, which is, again, why you need a 2 deep space. That ought to be enough unless I have 1,000,000 people dying, and then I have well space outside. So I'm just going to build a well. All right, I need a block
Wait,
and
did you just channel both of those spaces?
Say that again?
Did you just channel both of those spaces?
This is a hole, 2 deep, and this is 1 deep. In case somebody falls in the well, they can climb out.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you didn't destroy the only way back out of the well.
Yeah, no, I've done that before. It's not fun. Then you have to dig your way back out again. So one of the things we need here are mechanisms, which I haven't talked about yet because we don't have anybody who can make them. But in your workshops, there is a mechanics workshop. The mechanics workshop produces only mechanisms from stone. I'm going to give this miner that ability, I think. He's already a mason. I'm going to give the other miner and traction benches. Yes. Well, all right. Mechanisms are used for a whole bunch of things. Traps, traction benches, levers. Anything that you think, oh, that would have gears or that would have some mechanical component requires mechanisms.
Yeah, they're basically gears.
Quantum gears.
Yeah, weird magic gears.
Yeah, because they work over any distance. Like, you know that bridge I built earlier over here? I can link that bridge to a lever literally anywhere else on the map, and when I pull that lever, that bridge will retract. I'm not sure why. Oh, right, mechanics workshops do make traction benches. I forgot about that. I thought you could only do that at somewhere else. I don't remember where. Anyway. So, I've got some drinks covered. I'm still making pots, and I'm still making booze, because I need them both, so I don't all die. I've got my garbage. I'm going to see if I have any eggs. I've never been able to catch an egg in this box to prevent them from collecting them. It's a pain. Stupid turkeys.
It's easiest to do when you first set them up because the chickens will all immediately swarm it and lay their eggs.
Yeah.
So if you're watching at that point, then you can prevent the eggs.
Ah. Yeah. In order to get more birds, what you have to do is hit T, which lets you inspect the inside of a building. Um, and you can see these are just empty next boxes. If there were eggs in here, it would say egg, and then I could forbid the eggs so the dwarves don't touch it, and then they have a chance of hatching. Ooh,
And then you
somebody
get like
created a
3 birds.
masterpiece. Masterpiece what? What is he? Sassy. Who are you? Oh, somebody made a masterwork pot.
Nice.
Whoop-de-doo.
This is the greatest pot.
All right, you know what I just realized? I don't have any trade goods, and it's early fall.
Yeah, you need to start making crafts.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is cancel my pots and cancel my drinks, because I've got 80 of them. I should be okay for a little while. And I'm going to start making rock crafts instead. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make mugs, because I like mugs. Mugs weigh less, and you can fit more of them in a single trade, because they weigh less.
And you also make more per job.
Do they?
Yeah, if you make rock crafts, you'll make like a piccolo out of stone. Whereas if you make rock mugs, you make 3 mugs from the wood boulder.
Oh, I did not know that. That's really helpful. All right.
Yeah, that's why
Here's
you
the other
kind
thing.
of
We're going to make some blocks, because we need them for the well. And because if you make a block, and I'm going to make a stockpile for rock blocks, just so I have them so they're not taking up space someplace. Um, a boulder will produce 4 blocks, so it's really useful.
it's more efficient to make your workshops out of the blocks than out of the draw boulder.
Yeah. It's more efficient to build things out of blocks than boulders.
Also, they're worth more. So that's cool.
Yes, they're worth about
Yeah.
how much? I think they're worth twice as much. Oh God, why? Don't mind me. I'm just breaking my room.
Yeah, apparently things falling apart.
Yeah, I'm just collapsing at my seams here. This game is moving so slow for me. I'm used to playing at double the speed. Although I have to say, I haven't let anyone die yet, so I guess I'm doing better this time. Usually I've lost somebody by now through something really stupid. Like just dumb. Oh, more migrants. Yay. What have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5. It's fun. I see a
Anybody good?
farmer. I see 4 farmers and a goat.
Yeah, go.
Now, that's a turtle. That's a piglet. Whoop-de-doo.
I was gonna say turtle would have been much more exciting.
Yeah, it would have been better if it's a cat. I can hear these damn rats everywhere.
Oh, it's a pig. It's a pet pig. That's why I would have brought a cat. But you know.
Yeah, I do have Dwarf Therapist. I haven't started running it yet. I probably will at this point, because now I have 4 farmers, none of whom are useful to me. The algorithm for migrants. That's a good question. I do know the more stuff you produce, the more migrants you'll end up with. Which is actually really dangerous, because sometimes you produce a lot of one item and you don't have the infrastructure to support the new migrants. Like you don't have enough booze and just everyone dies. I've had that happen to me. It's not fun. It is the
Yeah.
opposite of fun.
So it's funny your population doubles after a migrant wave. It's like, oh,
Oh
I
yeah,
spent a little
Dwarf
to lose
Therapist
4.
is
Now I'm
fun.
out.
I'll launch Dwarf Therapist. I'll talk about that for a little bit. So here's Dwarf Therapist. What you're looking at here is a much easier way to look at what all of the professions your dwarves have is. And now I know Monk does not use this program and dislikes it.
I will turn up my nose and go to another tab.
Yeah, well, you're a purist about that. So I find I
I also
can't
play
play
in
this.
ASCII, so you know.
What'd you say?
I also play in ASCII, so I'm just a
Yeah,
grunt on the
you're a purist. I used to be like that, and then I got terrible. So I need it helps. So what you're looking at here is a list of all of the ability, everything everyone can do across the top there, and on the left is all of the dwarves you have. Their current job, how happy they are. These yellow squares are not very happy dwarves. Red is obviously a terrible, unhappy dwarf. Mining, carpentry, they're grouped the way they are in the game, so it's helpful. Um, that guy's a brewer. This guy's my carpenter. I've got an architect. I've got I've got a lot of people here who are doing nothing, and I need to figure out their craft organization because I just got a bunch of farmers. I'm going to group them by migration wave. So these are the 4 guys I just got. What are they? I've got a farmer. These are 2 farmers. Oh, here's a full-time butcher. That's good. So I'm going to turn off the butcher I already have because he's an armorer. I'm going to make him a furnace operator instead. I'm not going to. He doesn't do that now anyway. I don't need it. I don't really know what to do with him right now because I'm not going to set up a metal industry yet. Although I might. I might send up a start wood burning and smelt some of the ore I have with charcoal. Yeah, this is a much better program to deal with multiple dwarves. It's not really helpful when you have 7, but once you start getting to like 20 or 30 or 120 dwarves, I don't understand how you can use this game without having like an eidetic memory. Um, so what have I got here? You're a brewer? Oh, yeah, alright. So you're a brewer, oppressor, and a farmer? Yeah, that's good. You're an alternate everything. I'll leave you on doing those things. You're a farmer and a cheese maker. Well, that's no help. I'm going to leave you on shearing and spinning and milking and cheese making. So they'll all do that. And then what are you? You're a butcher, a tanner, and a spinner. I'm going to turn off spinning because I already have one. And I don't need that many spinners, really. Like, why do I need that many spinners? I have a dyer. It's fun. A plant processor and a spinner. I'll make him a dyer and a plant processor. And this last guy is a butcher, a tanner, and nothing. Right, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make somebody a wood burner, and I'm going to start producing charcoal. Because it's useful. I'm going to make him a furnace operator, the armorer, so I have somebody who can actually smelt. And I'm going to have somebody make charcoal. Where's wood burning? Wood burning. Go. And I'll have him make potash, too, because that's helpful. And rarely am I butchering anything for a while, so I think I'm good. I'll commit those to change. And that's all I really need from this. There's a lot of other weird, useful things this does. It lists social skills, which I never found useful. Military skills, which is fairly useful to look at. Oh, look, I have a bunch of new dwarves who are all great swordsmen. And then just base stats, which is fun. It's for military, but... yeah, alright, so I'm going to minimize this again and go back to the fort. Monk, you can come back.
Yay.
I'm done cheating. The way Dwarf Therapist works is by directly accessing and editing the memory of the game. So it can cause some instability in the program. So just be aware of that if it's something you do. I'm running out of space for furniture stockpiles. I'm going to expand my stockpiles. Oops. So when they're done digging out they're done digging out things here. I was going to make a pit. That's right, a pond. So this is going to be a pond in order to make this a well. Oops. F to make it a pond instead of a pit. And then now it's a pit. Now it's a pond, rather. This is not approaching Eve difficulty. Because in Eve, if you haven't been playing since it was released, you can't ever catch up. What I'm going to do is make these 2 separate pond zones. And you're going to go, why isn't that just one big one? And that's because they are, each pond zone generates one fill job, and if they're two separate zones, it'll generate one fill job for each of them. So now what's going to happen is these dwarves who have nothing better to do are going to run outside to the nearest water source, and they're going to take buckets with them, grab some water with that bucket, and they're going to go back and dump that water in that hole. And when that hole is full of water, then they'll stop doing that, and I can remove the zone and make it instead a water source. And then they'll, it looks like I need more buckets. They're doing dumb things. I feel like buckets are one of those things you just don't ever have enough of in this game. I don't know why. Once they fill that well, I can make it a water source, and then they'll drink from it. If they have no other option. And the, excuse me, and wounded, the recovering ill, a wounded patient will only drink water, not booze. So you need a well, realistically, in your hospital. It's not required, but it makes your life much easier. There we go. Some furniture stockpile to expand into, because it looks like I'm full up. Yeah, it will run out of water eventually. There's a finite amount of water in the well. So, yeah, after I remove it as a well, after I make it a well, I'll probably make the space next to it a pond still. And then they'll come out and try and refill it now and then. Binge drinking every time you sprain. Yeah, well, they're dwarves. They do dumb things. I don't know. Mostly because they can't get their own food, usually. If they're in a hospital, they can't move. So what I'm going to do is I'm setting these beds every other space. And the reason I'm doing that is because and then I'm going to intersperse them with tables every other, so that way every bed is adjacent to a table. And the reasoning behind this is that if you need to have surgery done, a dwarf has to be brought to a table. And if they have to be moved more than one space, they wake up screaming, basically. If there's a table next to them, the surgeon can just kind of like shove him over onto the table and then do surgery. So, and now I'm going to set this up as a hospital, including the pond there. So hospital, set hospital information. And in here it shows you everything that's in there. Tables, beds, traction benches, boxes, and bags. See, that would be funny if you knew that clown is a used word for spoilers in certain things in this game. Anywho, the hospital needs thread, it needs cloth, splints, crutches, cast powder, but I'm not sure if that's still bugged. Do you know, Monk?
What?
About gypsum for casts? Is that still bugged, or does that work now?
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
I think they got it, but it's one of those bugs they have popping back up again later.
Yeah. I think soap works this time, though.
The wiki says it doesn't have any bugs, so...
What?
The wiki didn't say it had any bugs. So.
Oh, that's a good sign. All right. So you can use plaster casts again, finally. And you need buckets and you need soap. If you don't have soap, everything will get infected and die. Just will. Like, they're just going to kill every day. So what you need in here, you need some cabinets and you need some coffers. So containers, you need bags, you need coffers, because coffers and bags contain different things for some reason. And you need cabinets in order to hold all of the stuff that will be required in a hospital. The thread, the cast, the plaster, that stuff. Enough soap. You do need soap, because without soap, everyone will die, and it's not okay. Let's see. Oh, good, I can build a well. So I'm going to put the well in this space with some buckets, some mechanisms. There we go. So another thing to build the well. The well in that space doesn't interfere with it being a pond or anything. It's just a well. I'm going to double check this because I have some more animals. What'd you say?
They'll pour the well, water down the well.
Yeah, they'll just pour down the well. Alright. Oh good, they're almost done making mugs.
Do you have a depot?
I don't! Oh my god, that's why I don't have anybody here. That was really dumm. Alright, so I'm going to build a depot right outside my fort because I did not leave any space for it. Man, I feel dumb. Oh well. I'll wall off the entrance here and figure it out. What is that dwarf doing with an entire bin? He just took a block to that bin and then took the whole bin to the craft dwarf's workshop. That seems inefficient.
You need all but one block.
I don't know, man. Sometimes they do really weird things. I'm running low on trees again. I gotta go butcher some more trees.
Yeah, butcher the trees.
You know what I mean.
Show those young spots.
What are they, actually? They might be ash. I've got cedar, I've got larch, pine, larch, the larch.
The larch.
Look, you can tell it's autumn because the trees are red.
And yellow.
And yellow. The hippies ain't gonna like that. The elves aren't gonna like it, but the elves can suck it. So, the elves don't like you doing anything. And yet, they're the ones bringing me giant pandas. So...
They are pretty awesome in that way.
And tigers. Trained tigers. I'm just setting up this workshop to hopefully shear and milk that goat. Because that goat ought to have fur on it by now.
That goat ought to have fur on it by now. When the shear you go.
Well, at least that goat's being milked. That's a good sign. And then he left the bucket of milk. What? What's wrong with you people?
And my job, I'm going to do something else. Or maybe I will do that.
There we go. Now the depot's up. And if you hold Shift D, it'll show you whether or not anything can get to your depot. I can, because it tells me I can. That kind of hurts my eyes. Yeah. Man, that hurts my eyes.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous.
What you have to do to make the depot accessible is have at least a 3-wide path from one edge of the map to the depot.
Some maps is more a problem. Like if you're on a very thickly forested map, the trees will be close together for the wagon to get through. You have to blaze a trail. Or in some cases, there was a lot of boulders around a mountain.
Yeah, I've had a lot of boulder problems. You know, stuff like that.
If you know what I mean.
Who is unemployed? Alright, so I'm going to roof this little spot here. And then I should be able to put my depot, like, in this space. So I'm going to build a roof. So this is our first construction. So B for build, Shift C for constructions. Make the merchants through. Actually, you can't force merchants through traps because traps block the wagon's route to the depot. Unfortunately.
Yeah, the wagon won't go over traps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and build this floor, which is going to build a roof over over the depot that I'm going to build under here. Oops. Looks like I'm out of rocks. I need to go dig. Let's see.
Dig deeper.
I will dig deeper. You watch me. There are not enough buckets. Like, seriously, there are just not enough buckets.
I love buckets. I always make tons of buckets. I can't have all the buckets.
I hate you. Ugh.
You need buckets for pounding, you need buckets for milking, you need buckets for watering.
You need buckets for watering the wounded.
Heck, dwarves like water not injured dwarves if they're really thirsty. So they're like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm really thirsty. I've got a bucket of water.
Ooh, I hit silver. That's very exciting.
That's needed.
What'd you say?
That's 50. What you need silver?
Yeah, native silver is nice because it's guaranteed to drop silver, unlike, say, galena, which will drop silver 50% of the time and lead the other half of the time. And there's nothing wrong with lead. It's a really useful base metal, but silver is far more valuable. Plus warhammers, which frankly is all I use silver for. And statues occasionally. Mostly warhammers.
If somebody likes silver.
Usually I make silver statues because it's the most valuable metal I have easily available. So I have some dwarves. What do you think? Where should I put a guard post, a military training room?
I would do it near the entrance so that when shit goes down, they're near where the trouble is to be.
Like right behind the staircase someplace?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought. All right, I'm going to do one of these, and I'm going to make another stupidly large room back here. I build really big blocky rooms. You don't have to build really big blocky rooms. There is no right or wrong way to play this game. Some people make their rooms really fancy and like tessellated and not square. You know. I just do it because I'm lazy.
Squares.
Yeah, I build giant empty squares and then just shove stuff in them. That's how I roll. Or I guess it's a square, it doesn't roll very well. I hate myself.
That's like a square just slowly angling downward, it looks like.
What?
Well, like it's dug out, it'll be fine.
Slowly angling downward.
Like a slope.
I could just build a massive hole in the ground. That'd be fun. We would do that in my next fort. Cave-ins. Cave-ins occur when there is a tile which is no longer supported by any tiles around it in any of 6 directions.
The current direction and up a level, down a level.
Mm-hmm. So if you have a space that you accidentally carve like the bottom out of, like I could do that out here, like right now with a little piece of dirt. Like, I will. I'm going to do that. But I'm really afraid somebody's going to die if I do it. Because even falling sand is a good way to kill someone.
Exactly. They'll be able to demonstrate what somebody died.
Oh, God. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start... is it diagonally also?
It's diagonally to not support.
Okay.
I'm almost certain. We're going to find out right now.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut it out by channeling.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut out this
I
space
think
right
that's
here.
like the entrance to the fort.
What?
I think that's the entrance to the fort
No!
where you're gonna float over.
This is a demonstration, not a... what's the word I'm looking for? Doomsday? I don't know.
So then the viewers at home may have noticed I'm the kind of person who plays SimCity and throw Godzilla at the city when I'm bored.
Yeah, he really is. Alright, so I've got some... Oh, this is all clay. I could be making cool pots. Alright. So here I have this piece of dirt here that's currently supported only... It's supported from the ground, I just realized. Yeah, alright. So I have to dig it from the top. I don't like this. I don't like this. So here's what's going to happen.
Don't try this at home.
This little space here, this piece of bamboo, is going to be carved out. Why would you... Damn dwarves, you're so inefficient. There we go. Now this piece of bamboo is currently supported only by the rock underneath it, which I am now going to remove and pray that the falling clay doesn't murder my dwarf.
I think underneath it's going to murder her.
Oh, what do I have? Migrants? Oh, an outpost from... I don't know what you are. I assume you're dwarven. Yep, that's a dwarf.
Yeah, it's a dwarf. Yeah, right.
Yay! So we can talk about this now. We need to move goods to the depot so we can trade with them. First off, we need to get the trader here. So you hit R to make their trader get here, and G to make goods get over here. Now, by default, it sorts things, everything in your fort by distance from it. I prefer to hit D and make them sort by value. The first thing you want to do is get rid of your crafts, which I don't see a category for here. That's annoying.
I think it scroll down further.
Nah, it's not here. It's annoying.
Well, you can search with it.
It's because mugs aren't crafts. That's why. Well, anyway, I'm going to move my finished good bins because they're probably full of useful stuff. I might get rid of my eggs, too, because eggs are dumb valuable, as is cheese. And pots of meat. Potted fish. Man, I do not have good items. This isn't going to go well.
Look for your mug. Probably have 18 million mugs.
How do you search for mugs?
Yeah.
Oh, crud.
And type mug.
I have no mugs.
Mug. You have a mug.
They're probably in bins.
Oh, yeah, that's probably true.
So anyway, I'm moving all of this stuff there.
And then...
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Collapse. Right? It yells at me because suddenly I have an unsupported thing, and it collapses, and then there's a blast of debris, and my miner is unconscious.
What do your moves look like?
He's been blown above.
That's pretty hilarious. Get blown up a hill.
He's okay.
Check out his health. He's doing.
Where is he?
Wow, he's really doing.
Wow, he's okay. He has a bruised lower body, and he's unconscious. So he might not be very well.
It doesn't list any brain damage, though.
That's true. His lower body is bruised. Man, he did well. Yes, he lived. Woo. I hate you all.
Yay!
He's okay. Now
We
someone's...
could do it again.
Oh, look, he just got up. He's fine.
Yeah, he was stunned for a while, so. And you'll also notice them being stunned if they fall down to Z level.
Yeah, they get stunned pretty easy, but they're pretty okay.
Stunned pretty easy. He's like got shoved up a cliff.
Yeah, he's doing well for somebody that was just shoved up a hill. Merchants are here. They're
So
unloading.
if it was Nick, most of the time that will kill somebody.
What?
Or at least yank them up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a collapsed roof is a really good way to just lose whoever is responsible for causing it. All right,
Doing one
so
effort can make a very elaborate trap.
yes, but it's a single-use trap, so I don't bother because it's way too much effort to reset.
It's useful when you have enemies that you can't kill any other way.
Yeah, because a collapsing roof will like kill things that are immune to weapons. It's pretty hardcore. Mm. The expedition meter.
He's drinking.
It's being useless.
Well, the merchants are still unpacking. You're still carrying fish.
I'm gonna throw up some workshops quick while I'm before I forget to make them exist.
You don't have 50 barrels.
I don't have any barrels.
It's terrible.
Oh yeah, collapsing trade depots. Um, if you remove the building, if you delete the trade depot, anything in there instantly becomes yours. Basically, you steal all of the items from the caravan.
Dwarves are very religious. Anything that touches the ground is yours. That's why merchants only trade in the depot.
Damn it! Stop being a drunk and come trade with these guys.
It's worth noting that it's not very productive to steal from dwarves because they will regard that. They don't often. The dwarves from your civilization will care. Other civilizations will declare war on you if you keep doing it. But the dwarves from your civilization will still report that they made very little profit at your fortress. They'll report a negative profit, so they won't bring you very many goods next time. It's almost always better policy to just do business.
Unlike elves, where it's always a better policy to steal from them. Because the less elves like you, the better stuff they bring.
Yes, it's very strange that way.
Yeah, it's because if they like you a lot, they tend to bring cloth because it has something to do with their value to weight ratio or something. They bring cloth and leather.
They like cloth and they have a lot of cloth.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's a bug with the list of how they decide what to bring.
Oh yeah.
So they have the full list, but they can only carry so much of it, so it tends to get cut off at C.
Ah.
As opposed to exciting caged animals.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep running away with all of this cloth. What's going on here?
This is our cloth. Oh, this is a bug. They're taking the cloth to the hospital.
Oh really? I didn't know they did that. That's hilarious.
I thought they fixed that bug.
I don't think that's okay. All right, that's a thing.
Yeah, make sure you give them good profits because they're gonna record all that cloth as a loss.
All right, that's fun. So here's a problem with the expedition leader. I'm going to turn off his hauling jobs at all, so he stops doing dumb things and starts trading with his caravan before they leave.
Oh, yep, Dwarves will totally steal hospital items and store them in the caravan.
All right, whatever. Aha. So this is something that happens once the Mountain Home Liaison shows up. He asks you what you need and what you want. And you tell him, and then they bring more of that next year. Supposedly. They're not always good at that. All right. In the meantime, trade, because that takes a while. So what have I got? I have a lot of mugs, which are worth nothing.
Yeah, we have a lot of them. One bin worth 1,000. Not bad.
Man, I did not prepare for this. I have very few items worth trading. All right.
Yeah, you're pretty self-sufficient. You're going to buy.
That's true. I do that. I try to be self-sufficient as much as I can. Let's see. I don't need to buy any of their sand or clay this time because I have my own.
Buy the metal. Always buy the metal.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case somebody demands something made out of it later. We'll talk about that once I get a mayor.
Actually, I believe they turned off item-based mandates.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There is the thing, it's going to be a strange move. Sometimes they will demand an item they have a preference for. Like they'll only use gold for their trade item. Strange move. It's not
Right.
common, but it can happen.
Oh, dog. I'll buy a dog. I can buy horses or peahens. I don't think either of them are worth it.
No. Unfortunately, there are cats. That's what you need.
Yeah. I'll demand them next year. I might buy a bunch of booze.
Bring me a box of cats.
God. I'm not going to buy any picks or buckets, because really we don't need them. There's a copper warhammer for 18. It's not very good. Shields, socks. I don't buy clothes or equipment from them as a rule. Sometimes I do, but usually not.
Yeah, the general rule of thumb is buy things that you don't produce.
Yeah. And if you run out of stuff to buy from them, then ask them to bring wood, because you'll always use wood, and ask them to bring sand, because you get a free bag out of it.
Oh, it's sand, it's a free bag. I myself tend to construct my fort in such a way that I'm not self-sufficient when it comes to food, but I produce other things, and I just buy all my food from Paradigm.
Yeah.
All the Dwarven booze.
Yeah, I tend to buy a lot of leather, because leather is really cheap, and you can make really useful stuff out of it. Yes, I can sell that really nice pot, actually. I have a number of pots I can sell. I have a number of... You can sell just about everything, with certain exceptions. What did you say?
$20 for a pot. That's nice.
It's a masterwork pot. Oh, they have steel bolts. Those are very valuable. Oh, so you see all these weird symbols around the name of the thing, like this amulet has a plus and a pair of brackets and a minus. Those represent quality. The parentheses just mean it wasn't built here. It's somebody else's item. I think it's the more weird symbols there are, the more valuable it is.
Yeah. The inner circle is the quality item of the base item, so that amulet was a whatever quality amulet. And the outside means that it's also been decorated with other things of a certain quality.
So there's your decorations, I see.
Bone rings on it or something. Something fancy.
Yeah, that mess.
Like, hit V on one of these, and then you'll see what it says.
I'm going to find something that's more valuable than a splint.
Yeah.
Like, where was that amulet, actually? Because that had a lot of things on it. Large oval cut amulet. Amethyst. There we go.
Yeah.
It's a well-crafted amethyst. On it is an image of a larch in iron, and on it is also the image of a blade weed in microline. So it's an amethyst which is decorated with iron and rock. Must be a very large amethyst.
I think they are. It's so large.
Yeah, it is a dwarf, so I assume it's like, you know, like the size of my head, you know?
It doesn't have to be the size of your head, because dwarves are also fine craftsmen, so they could just be like small images. Like if it's the size of this, you could have one side that looks like it's inscribed.
Yeah, I do love the ones that have, where you get an artifact with an image of itself.
Those are fun, especially when it has a bunch of other stuff on it.
Yeah. So let's see, what else should I take? I'm going to trade with them pretty profitable, but I think I'm going to keep my food. Because I seem to be able to trade in mugs without worrying about it. So I might buy some more food. I might buy another peahen, because eggs.
What's fun to say?
What?
Peahens are fun. You get peacocks, pea chicks.
Keeps, I think they're called. Which are adorable. Definitely buying all of this leather. Because I don't produce a lot of it of my own yet, because I don't have a dog industry up. Yeah, kind of. Your fortress can turn into the mountain homes. Basically what happens is, if you're fancy enough, I'm going to buy a second anvil. If you're fancy enough, what can happen is the king moves in, and then you become the capital city.
And the king is like, this fortress has been in the ground for 2 years and is mostly made of dirt. Finest fortress in the land.
Because dwarves are poor city designers.
And then if it isn't really nice, he'll get really mad at you. He'll be like, where is my naked virgins in my giant chamber?
And you're like, I didn't know you were coming. Alright, I'm going to trade with like 900 and see if you get... Alright, he's pleased with trading. That's exciting. Alright, so I'm done with that. So I'm going to tell my trader to get out of here. And then he'll have his meeting with the rest of the traders.
And he'll probably be embarrassed that his office is also a dining room. But, you know.
Nah, he doesn't care yet.
Well, he has to wait for the meeting to be done, then he checks his thoughts.
The only way to visit your fort in adventure mode is to abandon your fortress and let everything kind of explode and demons take over. Sadly. The next release is going to have the option to retire your fortress. In which case...
run into the hills for no reason.
What?
And then people won't run into the hills for some reason.
Right, yeah. Then everyone will just give up on it. They'll like, be happy about it. Here's something I forgot about buying an animal. I've done this before, and it's mad dumb. Your animal gets moved to an animal stockpile in its cage. Every time you buy an animal, you get a free cage, basically. And then you have to assign it to something else in order to let it out of that cage. So...
Or you can build the cage and then deconstruct it.
Right, yeah.
Or you set the cage to nothing and open the cage. You know, but you have a pasture, so you can make everyone go there.
What was I going to make? Oh, I'm going to make barrels. Because I made a bunch of pots, and evidently I'm out of wood, barrel stuff. Am I out of wood again? Oh no, there's a whole bunch of logs lying around in the forest. Ah, right. This space over here was going to be a military barracks. So, I need an armor stand? Does an armor stand or a weapon rack do anything, or are they just purely decorative?
I believe they can hold one item of that type, but it's much more efficient to only put a chest in there for their equipment.
Okay. So, what I'm going to do in this room is this is going to be a my barracks, and what I'm going to do in here.
Well, apparently they can carry. They can store more than one thing. They only store armor, but
okay.
Like a coat rack or breastplate.
Like a coat rack can only hold coats?
Exactly.
What did you say?
It's not a hat rack, man.
It's not a hat rack, right. When does the fun come in? Well, the fun comes in when you do something mad dumb. And, and the whole world explodes. Pretty much, goblins will come to eat you and steal everything you own as soon as you make enough money to be worth their time. I'm actually surprised I haven't seen a kobold or anything try and kill us yet.
Because you haven't even had the first caravan leave.
The first what?
The caravan hasn't left yet. It's one of those things where the caravan will report back to the base. When they make that report of how much profit they made, that's when other people will become more aware of your fort.
Ah, I did not realize this. Yeah, you get goblin child snatchers a lot. No one's really sure what they do with the snatched children, but they do snatch them.
Actually, no, what they do with them is they raise them to be leaders, because goblins are not good leaders, and they just lack spoken.
Seriously? That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's the canon explanation. And that's why they jack kids.
It's because goblins are terrible at their lives.
Yeah. The thing with goblins is they're immortal and they don't need to eat. The only thing they do is torture.
They're immortal and they don't need to eat.
And the thing with that is they don't even like torture a lot. Mostly they just stick around and do what they want. They're very lazy.
All right. So here I'm making this room a barracks, a training space, and for equipment. I'm probably going to turn off training, actually, and I'm going to make them train in these little 5x5 rooms I made in the back. In fact, I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to make this equipment, and I'm going to put a stockpile in here for ammo and stuff.
Ammo and stuff.
You know, an ammo stockpile, a weapon stockpile, an armor stockpile. Where's the armor stockpile? There it is, D. I always miss it because it's not, like it's off to the side. It's not adjacent to anything. Oh, some of you may have seen coins listed there. Right now, coins serve absolutely no purpose. They're not even good as a trade good. They're literally useless, except as like commemorative plates, which is fun.
Commemorative coins.
Yeah.
They list the mid-year, so if you do it every year, you can make commemorative coins.
Which is pretty cool, but other than that, they serve no purpose.
They're a relatively older feature of the game in previous versions. Once you got more of an economy up and there was more dwarves in your fortress, you would shift from this kind of communist thing we got going right now to a free market, and dwarves would go to shops and they'd trade coins and stuff. But it was pretty buggy, and it's been scrapped because the economy has been changed in very fundamental ways and hasn't been reconstructed in dwarf mode yet.
Yeah. It'll be really cool once we have the ability to mint coins back in a useful way. And oh my god, everything freezes in winter. Oh dear.
Yep.
That's bad. Okay, cool.
Yes.
What are you? Are you
ostriches? Some of it was thawed. It's the two biomes are a little bit different when they get warm.
Dude, we have emus. I am so catching them.
Oh, man, you need emu farm.
Where'd you go? I can't hear a word you just said.
What? Get an emu farm.
No, did you just like fall away from your microphone, dude?
No, I'm just sitting here.
Alright, because you just got like really quiet.
That's weird, yo.
Yep.
Shit be whack.
Wiggity wiggity whack. Wiggity wham wham wall.
God, we've been here 4.5 hours.
Right? Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, guys. 4.5 hours. I'm going to build a leatherwork over here, you know, so I have one of everything. The Bowyer's Workshop only makes crossbow bolts and wooden crossbows, so it's kind of useless. Except that you can make, you know, wooden and bone crossbow bolts. So it's useful for your hunters.
For training purposes.
And for training purposes. I'm going to build a jeweler's workshop in here too. And I'm going to make a small gem stockpile. Gems are one of those things where you'd think it would take up more space because you have lots of them. But you can store 10 of them in a bin, so it kind of... Like, that is one gem right now. But you can fit 10 of them in a bin. Ah, here we go. Finally, the Outpost Liaison is talking to people. They ask you what you want. So you have an option of everything they could bring you. And on the right side here, you can change the priority from all the way to the left where it's gray to all the way to the right where it turns yellow. And each step of that increases how much they're going to, like how much of the stuff they'll carry with them. And on the other hand, it will increase the cost to you to buy it from them. Does this make sense to everyone? I'm not necessarily sure that does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, you're paying them for the wagon space to carry the things you want to buy.
Or you'll claim to buy anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they're going to fill up their cavern with nothing but food, and then you don't buy it, they're in a bad way. They're going to charge more for what you buy.
Yeah. So let's see. I want some cats of both gender, so I'm just gonna get a bunch of cats here, and I want a ram, and I want some more sheep. And really, I think that's all we need at the moment. So, although I suppose we could get some plaster too, because we don't have any of that, and I might have some broken legs at some point.
Yeah, might.
Yeah, other than that, I don't think there's anything I need to request from this caravan, because I'm pretty self-sufficient at the moment. And I don't want to... Like, I could request charcoal, because you always need charcoal.
Well, until you get the magma.
No, you still need it for iron production.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. For steel. You need charcoal.
Yes, I know you need it, but it's not a big deal if you don't have iron on the map.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm hoping we have iron on this map. That'd be cool. Anyway, I'm not going to request it because I don't want... I don't want to take out space that could be filled with goats, and goats and cats. So I think I'm just going to request goats and cats and nothing else.
Bring like 30 cats.
I kind of hope they do. I'm going to buy one and then piss them off. And gypsum. I'm buying cats, goats, and gypsum, and that's all I want. Alright, so then you can escape, and that's the end of that. Can your dwarves freeze to death? They can, but not in anything that isn't like a glacier. It has to be really, really cold, and they have to be outside for a very long time. Oh, look, we have a thief.
Oh.
The game freezes when we have a thief. There's a kobold. Look at him. He's adorable.
Assemble the military.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and if you press S, it brings up your military, and you can select the guys. Hit K to find something to murder, and then go ahead and hit kill. And let's see how long it takes before someone chases after him with a bow. Oh God! One of the things about having a wagon, a caravan at your base, is that they come with their own military, and that military is easily enraged. So right now, that kobold is being chased by like 9 guys with swords. He's gonna run off the map before they... Yeah, he ran off the map before they got him. But you know, they do things like that. It's pretty hilarious.
If there's a goblin raid you're not prepared for, the merchant guards will save your ass.
Yeah.
Or they'll die. They'll be in the worst spot, but... They're also one of the reasons that I recommend to just try to directly kill it in the caravan.
Yeah, because they'll hurt you.
They're pretty skilled.
Except the elves, because they all have wood. And wooden equipment is, you know, useless. Generally speaking. There are applications.
Bows, and bows are always deadly.
Yeah, bows are really, really dangerous.
Just like real bows.
Oh look, it's snowing. It's snowing just in those spaces. I love that. Friggin' biome edges.
But an oddly shaped weather pattern.
Right?
Well, it should snow on the rest of the map if everything froze.
Eventually. They're still trying to fill that well. It's going to take them a while. What?
How full is the well now?
3.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, the space underneath it is at 4, so... I've got one pool of 7, the stagnant water above it at 3 of 7, and the space next to it at 2 of 7. So it's not too bad. Minecart shotguns. Yeah, I hear minecarts do some really interesting things.
Expand physics.
Yeah, minecarts have physics, and it's really weird physics. And they, like, break time and space. And crash into things. Ah. My screw press construction has been suspended. I don't know why.
300 pounds of iron freaking minecart hitting you in the face.
Why is there... I know why. No? Alright, that's weird. You know, I don't have nearly as many rocks as I usually do by this point in the game.
What have you been digging much left?
Yeah. Well, I've been digging in dirt, too, which isn't helping. Where is my kitchen, farmer's workshop? You're over here, right? Yeah. I'm going to process some plants because I have a lot of plants kicking around that haven't been processed.
Especially pigtails. Gotta get a piece of thread.
Yeah, and I'm going to mill some plants and hope I get some oil or something. I'm having some problems because I have not enough masons right now.
Yeah. This caravan should report big profits. They should get a big migrant wave after this.
That'll be nice.
Assuming you did trade enough profit to offset all the cloth you stole.
Well, I don't think he'd be happy about the trading otherwise.
No, I think it would be separate. I'm pretty sure that's because it's a bug, so it doesn't really properly respond to
Oh.
it.
Well, in other news, my hospital is full of thread and cloth.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
God, what is that cloth number? That is too many digits.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing is that there's two bugs at work. One of them is that dwarves will overstock the hospital, and the other is that they'll pull the stock from anywhere. Okay,
That's
so
scary. Oh, I don't have any splints. Whoops. I'm going to order some splints, if I can spell them,
some splits.
and some
Do the splits.
crutches. Do the splits. Yeah, there we go. I have plenty of buckets. I don't have any powder, and I don't have any soap, which is annoying. I need more soap. I also need more bins at some point. What is everyone doing? Like, oh, I have a lot of construction going on. And moving. That's what's happening. The caravan really sucks up all of your idlers. They have to go haul things. So, let's see. What did I find? Silver? That's what I found? I'm going to dig into some of this silver. Now, there are two thoughts on how to dig mineral veins. The first is you dig them and wait for them to dig it out and then keep going. The other one is you dig a giant hole and hope you find minerals. And I don't have a lot of dirt, so I'm a lot of rocks, so I'm just going to dig a giant square and let them find what they find. One of the other useful things, if you're into that kind of thing, um, Monk is not, is the program DF Hack, which is part of the Lazy Noob Pack. It's in, where is it? Oh, right, it opens automatically, I forgot. There we go. This is DF Hack. It opens automatically when you boot Dwarf Fortress with the Lazy Noob Pack. One of the commands that's available to you in this program is vdig, I believe. No, it's not it. What is it? ls. There it is. If you hit ls or dir, it lists all of the commands you can do, and one of them is, where is it? Dig v, which digs a vein of a mineral. So instead of trying to hunt it down, you can type dig v, and then it'll automatically trace that mineral vein and mark the whole thing for digging. Some people consider this cheating. I find it much, much faster than trying to dig out various pieces. Then again, I need rocks, so, whatever. Why is everyone hungry all the time? And no one is in the party room. Which is a first, because usually this room is just full of people at all times.
Because it fills more jobs than you have people right now.
Yeah.
When's the next migrant wave?
Yeah, next wave I won't be able to keep everyone busy. It's kind of a pain.
Next wave they'll catch up with all the hauling.
Yeah.
There are no people who are still working on hauling. from that forest you murdered.
What? Yeah, it's kind of a shame you can't, like, stack logs.
Yeah.
A wood stockpile will only ever have one log per space. Although the size of logs is up for debate,
I think you
so...
just stole a wheelbarrow.
What?
It's in the announcement. I think you just stole a wheelbarrow.
How? How?
Crafty kobolds.
How do you steal a wheelbarrow without anyone noticing? That's impressive. Like, I don't even feel mad about that.
I like the kobolds.
I enjoy kobolds. Because on one hand, they're stealing your crap. On the other hand, you, like, feel bad for them.
Risking life and limb to steal a wheelbarrow.
It was a nice wheelbarrow, bro.
No, it's a wheelbarrow. That wheelbarrow's gonna make this village live through the winter.
Somehow.
Somehow. I think they traded to the goblins.
They trade with the goblins? Why would they? Why wouldn't the goblins just eat them?
Because goblins don't care, man. Goblins do not give a fuck. Everyone else will kill kobolds, but goblins, they're like, hey, look, a wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow...
The kids in this wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Wheelbarrows do indeed make dwarves haul faster. They, normally a dwarf, if he's got like a rock, has to kind of grab it and just drag it bodily up to wherever it needs to go. If he has a wheelbarrow, he can drop whatever he's carrying in the wheelbarrow and then move that, so it takes much less speed. Dwarves will use them automatically for anything that's heavy. If you want to... Yeah, they don't use wheelbarrows for certain things. I don't understand why they don't in some situations. I think they always use them to haul rocks if they're available. If you've got one guy insisting on not using them, have you checked? Like, is he missing a hand? No, seriously, it's a possibility. He might just be missing a body part required to use a wheelbarrow. I've had that problem before. I'm like, why isn't this guy using a shield? Oh, he only has one arm. He was the best swordsman in the town, though. I'll tell you, he was great.
Oh, apparently it's stockpiles need to have wheelbarrows assigned.
Most
Some
of them have
stockpiles
one.
automatically assign wheelbarrows.
Yeah, alright, yeah, not all stockpiles have wheelbarrows automatically. I think furniture stockpiles always do, and stone stockpiles usually do. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm just going to go ahead and add a wheelbarrow to all of my stockpiles.
You can max it up to 3, so I'd do that.
There's a max of 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it's higher than that. I don't know, though.
The wiki says it's 3, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it must be 3.
It can be
It's
used to
3.
build multiple small stockpiles and just load them with wheelbarrows.
What'd you say?
It can be useful to build multiple small stockpiles instead of one giant one, and then just load them with wheelbarrows.
Yeah, that makes sense. His back is toast. Yeah, that explains a lot. You should probably tell him to stop hauling if his back is destroyed and he's trying to move rocks.
How did his back get hurt?
I've seen it happen. A fall, minor injuries, infection.
Yeah, but something has to make them fall. One of those things.
Sometimes they have to dodge cows. So.
That's true.
Oh, I had rock crystal. That's exciting.
That many dwarves fall to the death on the well because the cow went to get a drink.
Yeah, it's the Chicago Fire all over again.
Go. Look at him go.
Man, this vein did not drop a lot of silver. They really nerfed drop rates. That makes me sad. Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll live. Everyone's still got jobs. I'm going to wait until I have an idler or two, and then I'm going to start setting up a forge area. But I have an eggs. I bet I have like 200 friggin' eggs.
Nice. Yeah, you better start cooking those eggs.
They're set to cook.
Oh, yeah?
Nah, snowstorm's not worried about. Don't worry about weather. All
Unless you're
snow.
in evil biome.
Yeah, unless you're in an evil biome, don't worry about weather. Or I think good biomes have a chance of generating weird weather too, don't they?
I don't think... I think if they do, it's not the kind of evil thing that happens in evil places.
Yeah, it's not the kind of thing that happens in an evil zone where, like, the sky literally rains poisoned blood. Which is pretty cool, but not okay.
Everyone just starts melting outside.
I'm going to set up some hives, by the way. Yeah, no, weather isn't worth worrying about unless you're in an evil zone. Otherwise, it's like, some dwarves enjoy being caught in the rain. Most of them hate outside to begin with. There is one thing to be worried about as far as dwarves going outside, and that is cave adaptation. If a dwarf spends a lot of time underground and he comes outside, he might instantly become nauseous and then start throwing up, and be upset by light and stuff. So sometimes it's a good idea to build a fortress setup where either you have like a vertical shaft into the earth with natural sunlight. Like I could make my stairwell here. I could make this a glass roof up here, and that would make all of these count as lit, so they wouldn't, so all the dwarves wouldn't be like dying every time there's light.
But on the other hand, who needs sun?
On the other hand, who needs the sun? Oh, finally, the expedition leader's done talking, and this is how much cost they're going to charge me for cats. They're going to charge me 200% the normal price for cats and sheep and gypsum. That's about right. That's all that screen is.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Everything you requested, yeah.
Yeah. They'll have something close to it. Whoop. Oh, yeah. And now what they ask you is they put their demands and exactly what what they'll pay extra for.
So in theory, you can use it to game the system. In practice, you should have enough bugs to buy the cavern anyway.
Say that again?
In theory, you can use it to game the system. In practice, you should have enough mugs to buy the caravan anyway.
Yeah, you really don't need to game the system unless you're intentionally being hard on yourself. Or you're playing a really rough game, Man. Alright, I have people not doing anything. Who are they? Farmer and planter. Whoop-de-doo. Any more masons? I have a stone crafter. Really? Then why are you a farmer? Well, now you're a mason. Yeah. Finally roofed off this. Or roofed, whatever. Rain. Rain refills ponds and stagnant water stuff.
It also cleans dwarves.
It also cleans dwarves and animals and stuff, which is important.
Away all that vomit.
Yeah, clean it with the vomit. And it's very important if you have something like, say, a horrible monster that, like, bleeds poison.
Yes, cleaning is good.
I should probably make a bathhouse out of one of these rooms.
They
Oh, hey,
can
it's
clean it at the
spring.
well.
The year has ended. Yay. What'd you say?
They can clean at the well.
They can clean at the well, but bathhouses are cool.
This is true.
I enjoy a bathhouse, and one of the things that a lot of people like to do is set up a space in front of their main stairwell on like their major floors, like into the dungeon and stuff, into the basement levels, where there's 3 deep water all the time, or 2 deep water, so that way every time a dwarf goes through that area, he has to clean himself because he has to walk through water. It's a pretty effective system, actually. The only problem is if there's something toxic in there, all of that water becomes toxic, and then every dwarf just dies.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you know.
It's tricky because a lot of times the contaminant will float on top of the water. So there's a non-zero chance somebody will just get cancer from walking through it.
You know of any reason somebody would collect food and then just not eat it?
Obsessive compulsive.
Fair point. Yeah, I can't think of any reason.
Food, like close encounters of the third kind. Like a little mashed potato. Maybe.
Clearly, that's what's happening.
Exactly what's happening. I'm gonna eat one hell of a meal. I don't know.
That's very strange. Maybe your expedition leader just has problems. That's all I can
Is he
say.
doing it? Is he just leaving it at a table, or?
Or does it just kind of like hang out in his room someplace?
He's a military person stealing food? Filling up his pack?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. That's very strange. I cannot give you an answer there. I really need to rearrange all of these workshops. They're so poorly done. I'm just going to gut this entire floor and fill it with deadly, deadly traps. There we go. There. Now I've built a depot that I can actually, like, defend, kind of. Not really.
Yeah, you really need a gate.
I do. I'm going to build one.
Keep those kobolds from getting your precious wheelbarrows.
You know what? Alright, it looks like I finally managed my food well. I seem to have a good supply of food going on.
Yeah, I do believe this fortress is stable.
Yeah. At least until the next migrant wave comes, and then all bets are off. I do seem to have a lot of food in this stockpile. That's a good sign.
Yeah, you should have plenty to absorb.
So I'm going to build a kitchen, and I'm going to start making meals out of this food. Because why the hell not? God, my workshops are so haphazard. I'm not okay with it. My inner architect is crying. There we go. Oh yeah, I need some doors. And I need a dog. I need to put a chain out here, and I need to tie up a dog to it. I don't have any ropes. That's not a good thing.
Ropes everywhere.
Yeah, I need more ropes. Why has this guy got a red Z going on here? What's wrong with him? Why are you unhappy? That's not good.
Unhappy.
Unhappy. Slept without a proper room, annoyed by flies, terrible vermin. Huh. I should make bedrooms. Yeah, I need to make bedrooms. Alright.
You also need to get your dining room up to legendary. Just move that.
What did he say about it? It was fine or something?
It's fantastic. So it's still pretty good, but it could be better.
Alright, I'm just going to smooth this whole room. I don't know who does that right now. Hope it's nobody important.
You and Mason was skilled in it.
Yeah. Alright, so I need a set of bedrooms. So I'm going to go down a floor. I'm going to go down 2 floors. I'm going to go down 3 floors so I don't bump into the well. Actually, I'm going to go down 4 floors so I don't accidentally bump into a space that's below the well and then the game yells at me for being too close to something wet. So, a bedroom needs, to make a dwarf really happy, it needs a bed, a cabinet, and a coffer. And that's it. My bedrooms that I normally do are lines that are 4 by 1 with a bed, a cabinet, a coffer, and then a door at the other end. They're hideous, and they're not real comfortable. So I'm thinking I'm going to try to make better bedrooms. Yeah, chests count as coffers. Chests are just wooden coffers, or metal ones, I think. They're interchangeable. So do glass boxes. Anything under the container menu, which I think is F. They need a bag or a cabinet. I think cabinets are nicer than bags, though, so they're happier about those. So I'm going to try building some bedrooms. What do you think? I think I'm going to build a vestibule here, just around the stairwell, and fill it with statues for fun.
Yay, vestibule.
Yeah. And then bedrooms. What do you think? 3 by 3 spaces and be real fancy?
Those are decadent.
They are. These are unacceptably decadent.
I normally go with 2 by 3, so who am I to talk?
You normally do what?
2 by 3.
I think I can do a 2 by 3 for a change. Bedroom design is pretty crazy. Some people are nuts about it.
I like the fractal bedrooms. Those are nice.
I really do too. Like, the fractal bedroom design is crazy awesome.
These look like pea pods.
They do look like pea pods.
That's why I like them.
Good Lord, that is a great plan. There's some pretty... I just Googled some bedroom designs for this game, and some of them are pretty crazy. A good idea to do too when you design bedrooms is to leave a little bit of space for an extra dining area, so that dwarves don't have to move a million miles to go eat or drink or whatever. Like having backup booze stockpiles scattered throughout the fortress is a pretty good idea.
It also helps reduce the congestion in the main dining room.
Yeah, the main dining room is usually pretty nuts. Like, stupid crazy. Huh. Don't mind me, I'm just taking a look at some bedrooms.
There. You know what? I'm going to get out for the night. I think we got this set up good.
Oh, God, yeah, it's 1:45. I have work in the morning. Well, okay. Kind of.
Catch you later, Matt.
Yep. Good night. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is pretty crazy. Alright, I'm going to call it a night myself. So, I am genuinely surprised this many people, like, hung around for this. I don't know when I'm doing this again, actually. I had planned this as a, like, tutorial thing, and I think we covered a lot of the basics of the game. if I do like an actual tutorial style again, I probably won't do it for a week or so. I will. I'll definitely post on Reddit. I'll post again on Reddit, Facebook, the Dwarf Fortress forum. I think this is the 3 places I did it. And I think you can follow this channel, and it'll annoy you if I like email you or something if I start streaming something. I'm not sure, but I assume so. I don't know. I haven't used this website much. At very least, I'll probably play now and then and just stream arbitrarily. And I mean, I'll take questions, whatever. If I can answer them. If not, I'll redirect you to the wiki. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if anybody else is still awake on here, but I appreciate people having been here and watching and hanging out, and even you lurkers there who didn't make accounts and are just sitting here watching me. I appreciate it. It's pretty awesome. I'm going to go ahead and save this. When you save the game, it saves and quits, so there's no like save and do anything else. Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, one of the things you'll find when you save a game, Dwarf Therapist will like crash on you because the game's no longer loaded and it'll have problems. So I'm going to close that guy out. I'm going to close this guy out. Man, there's too much crap on my computer right now. There we go. I appreciate that. You should comment on that on the Reddit thread. Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me see. How do I change things? Now, hopefully, I have a local copy of this friggin' 6-hour, 5.5-hour play session on my computer, and I'm going to cut it down and edit it probably into 2 or 3 parts. Probably 2 or 3, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Didn't take a whole lot of effort. Just a little bit of questioning to get a couple of people to help me out. That's all. It's fun. Sometimes when you play in Dwarf Fortress, the game gets really boring, especially the beginning of it where you're like, well, I'm digging into the ground again, just trying to get solvent. And that part of it's kind of like mind-numbing sometimes. I might back up this file and make 2 or 3 copies of it so that I can launch exactly where I left off to explain certain things, or to have a backup copy to explain it from what's already around, so I'm not confusing people with different forts or stuff I did while no one was looking. That being said, I think I am out for the night. Where's my dwarf? Yep, there's that guy. Alright. Yeah, the quick start guide is really useful on the wiki page. I have links up below this video, hopefully. The quick start guide is really, really helpful. Yeah, you really can't just figure things out without somebody telling you, like, and this is how you do that. Oh, okay. And even with somebody helping you out, it's still like, oh crap, I forgot to make barrels. We're this food, but no one will eat it. Why? There's piles of stuff. What's going on? It's a very interconnected game, so a lot of the parts of it throw you because you need, in order to do one thing, you have to do a million other things also. Alright, well, I'm out for the night. I probably could do one for Crusader Kings, actually. I don't know how well it would work, but I will make an attempt, actually. That'd be fun. See what I can do. Alright, yeah. Well, I don't know when I'll be doing this again, but keep your eye out on Reddit, I guess, or any of the other various places I found. And as I said, I think if you follow me on this site, it'll alert you if I do stuff. I'm not sure. Facebook also, and or the Dwarf Fortress forums. I think that's about it. The only other place interesting. All right. Thanks for watching, and I'll try and get something up again next week, maybe. Certainly not until next week, the earliest. See you around the internet. If I can figure out how to close this now. Let's see. One of you isn't off.